This was probably mentioned quite a bit yesterday, but it's always worth reminding you. Racers, the Mission Raceway is a left side drag strip, left side. So make sure that your car number and dial in is large and legible on the left side of your car for the tower to see. Obviously, if it's nice and large from 5 feet away, that's great, but we need to be legible from about 75 feet away. So on the left side, car number and your dial in. Left side, please. Wow, I was just looking at a note that was left up here in the tower from, well, I'm guessing yesterday. They had the barbecue going at the pro shop. They had cheese smokies there. Wow, I missed that. Cheese smokies? You got to be kidding. I really love cheese smokies. However, I'm not sure if they have that there today, but you might want to wander around the half-track snack shack area, and across the patio is the pro shop for all of your NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs. Check it out. If they got the barbecue going, my oh my, that's a bonus. That'll be something special you want to check out. Our barbecue, cheese smokies. Woo! So I mentioned about how you can get your NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs at the Pro Shop. I should also mention we don't have many race fans in the stands as yet, but it's early on a Saturday. But we do probably have a whole lot of racers and race fans in the pits who have merch that is available. So if you're a racer and a race fan looking for some wardrobe additions, I would suggest you wander through the pit area and take a look at some of the merch that's available. I see some stuff from TNT under the Titanium Auto Group tent, and they've got some apparel that's up for grabs there for the right price, I'm sure. So head through the pits, walk around, and check out for merch. So attention to the pits. We're now going to call no box singles. No box singles. We need you to the staging lanes. 5 and 6, please. No box singles. Bring them up. Bring them up. No box singles. Lanes 5 and 6. This is your call for your time trial hit. Hey, once again, attention to the pits. We have called no box singles to 5 and 6. Bring them up. No box singles, lanes 5 and 6. And I mentioned earlier that if the PA is not heard in your pit area for some reason, it's difficult to hear the PA, you can check us out, 92.7 on the FM band, and that should clear up any mysteries about what I'm saying. So word has gone out. Safety is in position. Cars are in the staging lanes as we are set to kick off Saturday's edition of the first annual West Coast Classic, presented by Rad Torque and Tristan Plumbing and Heating. Want to welcome all of the race fans and racers here to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway as we get set to bring cars out under the bridge and onto a specially prepared racetrack for a bracket race like no other. Race number 2 in the 2022 Classic Series. Race number 1 was held in Edmonton the end of June. This is race number 2. Race number 3 in Medicine Hat later at the end of August. Racers are racing for big cash payouts and 4 points. So here we go. First 2. Qualifying hit for Monty Beagle and Brody Shirk. Great looking 33 Ford. 434 cubic inch small block under the tiny little hood of that Ford. Monty Beagle from High River, Alberta. First qualifying hit, first and only for the day. Brody Shirk in the other lane from Langley. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's Speed Shop. 67 Nova. They get set for their qualifying hit of the morning to kick things off here for the West Coast Classic. Monty pre-staged, Brody same. They'll bump forward a few more inches and put on the stage lights, and the tree comes down, and we're off and running. .530 for Brody, 130 miles an hour, 577, 118 for Monty. Brody turned on the red light, but again, for qualifying, that is A-OK. No problem there. You're racing against the clock when it's qualifying and time trials. Come eliminations, however, that would not be what you want to do. Next pair, Scott Winterbottom in the blue Chevy 2. Jason Mercer in the 84 Oldsmobile. Johnson's custom exhaust Cutlass. Scott runs it through with a 592 to the 8th mile, 114 miles an hour. Jason 795, 86 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Dustin Ward. Dustin from Renton, Washington, one of the few U.S. runners up here for the weekend. 67 Dodge Dart. The other lane, Dylan Cairns from Langley. Sponsored by Titanium. He's driving that 85 Blazer. Once again, the red light turns on. Dustin, he's fine. Clock's in, 6:31, 108 miles an hour. Dylan runs a 7:35, 93 miles an hour. All cars running to get a time on the windshield. And then that will be the dial-in time that will create the handicap that they'll be racing against. It's not always the quickest car that is going to make it to the finals. It's the car and driver that are the most consistent. So Dustin Hunter and Ryan Johnston. Dustin runs 573 in the 64 Ford here on the Towers side. 568 and 120 for the 63 vet of Ryan Johnston. Brings up Heather Hornell and Hank Vermeulen. Hank is driving the 71 Demon out on the spectator side. Heather, 94 Sonoma here on the Towers side. Heather's hailing out of Chilliwack, sponsored by Brady Electrical Contracting. The Screaming Demon, well, Hank says he's a contractor. They are running it through to the 8th mile. 687 for the Demon, 99 miles an hour. 733 for the pickup of Heather Hornell at 93 miles an hour. Stacy Commandier, Sexsmith, Alberta. Casper is what it's called. Remember, the Friendly Ghost. That's right. It's all white 67 Camaro, 555 cubic inches under the hood. The other lane, John Tabac, the S10. Sponsored by Rad Torque, Fortin's Engines, and Big O Tire. 584 is the qualifying time for Stacy. 117 miles an hour. John goes 669, 101 miles per hour. Brings up Andy Antle. Black Lahash. You do not see many 65 F100s on the drag strip. As a matter of fact, you're probably seeing the only one. Andy here over on the Tower side. Spectator side is Lawrence DeRide from Stettler. River Rat Guerrero. Andy Antle runs a 561 and 121 miles an hour. 588 for the Camaro, 118 miles per hour. Ryan Vader now bringing his 72 Dart to the line. Based out of Langley. Lance Vasilitz in the other lane from Tofino. Lance driving the 81 Malibu on the spectator side. Both cars staging very, very carefully. Both getting green lights on this qualifying pass. 6:36 at 107 miles an hour for Brian. Lance goes 6:54 at 103 miles an hour. That brings up our next pair. Brad Torcuda of Jim Benke from Mission. Tower side, Kevin Mccauley, the old school cutlass in the other lane. High in the air for a 6:33 at 107 miles an hour. Kevin Mccauley going 7:62 at 90 miles an hour. Pick up here tower side. That is Jeff Whitworth from Nanaimo, sponsored by Precise Mechanical, 84 S10. The other lane, Darren Sutton from Stettler. It's a 1974 Carmen Ghia. So the pickup runs a 6:36 at 108 miles an hour. The Carmen Ghia in the other lane, 6:24 at 112. Comes Loren Schwartz and Jason Mercer. Lorenz over here, tower side, self-employed. At Monte Carlo, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop. It is 1983, 462 cubic inches under the hood of that Monte Carlo. Mercer, self-sponsored, Mercer Motorsports. Driving the Johnson's custom exhaust cutlass. So throughout the day, you are going to see a number of cars running in what appears to be two classes, and you are absolutely correct. There are cars that will be double classing today, running in two different classes, and we will certainly be being flexible with the schedule and making sure that all racers have the opportunity once they've completed their run to get back around so that everybody gets a fair shot. Craig Johnson just heading down track now. Bracket racer is his full-time occupation. 79 Malibu runs 674, 99 miles an hour, and that grocery getter heads out to the top end. So here we go with qualifying runs for cars that you have seen once already today. Monty Beagle. And it looks like Heather Hornell in the other lane in the Sonoma pickup. Monty from High River. It's a very cool looking 33 Ford. Through to a 576, 736 for the pickup in the other lane. Throughout the day, just for a point of interest, when you're seeing cars on the racetrack, and we have got some faster cars that will be coming up throughout the day, if you see a car that has one parachute, that is a vehicle who basically has the ability to run 150 miles an hour. If you can see two parachutes, well, that means that they have the ability to run 200 miles an hour. And, so that's what you're seeing there, if that happens to catch your attention. So John's back on the start line now. Maple Ridge runner in the S10. Stops the clocks with a 664, 102 miles per hour. So once again, we have called juniors to the staging lanes. Thunder in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2, Junior Dragsters. Bring them up, bring them up. Want to welcome all of you race fans, the early birds in the stands. That's great to see. Welcome to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. So you got your earphones on and everything, so you're set to go. Big wave out to you. Thanks for showing up. And over here on the pit side as well, hey, listen, you know, of course, your admission ticket lets you get back into the pits too, so feel free after you've had a good watch on the spectator side, head over the bridge and come on over into the pits and take a look at the cars. Your admission ticket includes a pit pass, and while you're in the pits, do take a look at all of the racers that have merch available, and if there's a way that you can support them by purchasing some merch, hey, they would certainly be appreciative of that, because that's what makes the wheels roll. Yeah, so as you're wandering through the pits, make sure that you take a look at all of the merch that is available there. One of the first things that you're going to see is the actual event sponsor merch that is underneath the Titanium Auto Group awning. And they are located right at the front of staging there. Or I guess that would be actually the rear of staging, wouldn't it? Depending on your perspective. But looks like all kinds of great merch hanging up and people sitting and waiting to do some business with you. So once again, welcome all of you race fans here to the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. We are loading the lanes once again. We've got junior dragsters coming into the lanes. Just under 20 junior dragsters on the property. And this is a hotly contested category. You would be mistaken if you thought that, well, this is just sort of filler. This is something that we're doing to keep the kids happy. No. These kids are absolutely deadly serious about everything that they are doing behind the wheel or the butterfly steering of that junior dragster. It is all part of the NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League. They offer kids from the ages of 5 to 17 the opportunity to experience the thrill of drag racing. It's all in a controlled environment. Many of today's Camping World professional competitors actually got their start in junior dragsters. When you're watching the national events and you see Erica Enders or Sean Langdon or J.R. Todd or Leah Pruitt or a number of others in Pro Stock and Top Fuel and Funny Car, they all got their start in junior dragsters. That's right. All these competitors are racing in half-scale versions of Top Fuel dragsters. It's basically a 5-horsepower single-cylinder engine sitting behind the driver, and it can go as fast as 85 miles an hour and as quick as 790 in the 8th mile. And the younger competitors, of course, are restricted to slower times and speeds. But trust me, when you're traveling at 75 miles an hour, 2 inches off the ground, you feel like you are flying in a rocket. And they have to take care of their cars. They have to take care of their skills when it comes to staging the junior dragster and knowing how to do all the things that are required. So there's a whole lot involved in campaigning a junior dragster. Not to say that your whole family is involved. They are. I mean, everybody from mom, dad, brothers, sisters, everybody is involved. Check out in the pits some of the haulers, too. So attention in the pits, our single box door car. We need you to the lanes 3 and 4. And that's the one double entry box door car. Our one double entry box door car to lanes 3 and 4, please. So the junior dragsters are all getting suited up in the staging lanes. They will be getting 2 qualifying hits today before they run into eliminations. And again, as I was saying earlier about whether it's merch or whatever, you have the opportunity to head into the pits. And when you do, take a close look at some of the handiwork that has been done on these junior dragsters. It is absolutely spectacular. Just amazing the amount of work that goes into making one of these junior dragsters perform the way that it does. The one thing that you can't tell when you are sitting in the stands looking at the race cars from that great a distance is how detailed a lot of the work is. But when you get into the pits and take a look at some of the paint that has been applied to some of these junior dragsters, it is without question, absolutely spectacular. And also, some of the cars, much like the larger cars, full-size cars, they're fully wrapped. Lincoln Shirk's car, for example, the Junior Dragster, has a brand new wrap for the Titanium Auto Group on that Junior Dragster. So gives you some idea of what Vancouver car wraps people can do when it comes to maybe dressing up your car. I remember years ago, I used to have a car, a PT Cruiser, that I had flames put on. But all that did was make it easier to identify when it was going to get a parking ticket. So attention in the pits, single box door cars. We're going to actually take our double box door cars to 5 and 6. My correction, it will be single box door cars, 5 and 6. Single box door cars, 5 and 6. This is your call. Bring them up. So here we go with Junior Dragsters. No information in the computer at this point on the Junior Dragster here on the tower side. Emily White in the other lane from Mission. Emily, sponsored by Pioneer, Lordco, TNT, and Walco. Emily White over on the spectator side. Junior Dragsters, the Thunder category. That is for racers between the ages of 5 and 12. That's right. We're looking at racers that are anywhere from 5 to 12. The younger the racer, the slower the Junior Dragster will be. Probably end up being about 14 seconds at the 8th mile. And the older the racer, the quicker they will be. So Emily White stops the clocks at the 8th mile stripe at 9:17, 70 miles an hour. Driver in the tower side, 11:83 at 52 miles an hour. That brings up Hunter Gallant and Cadence Rodriguez. Hunter still celebrating the freshly painted Junior Dragster that he picked up over the winter break. Thought it was just going in for some repairs, a bit of a touch-up, but in fact, when he went to pick it up, it had been absolutely repainted with the help of Daryl Tippy. Worked his magic. Paint and body work to make Hunter's race car his own for 2022. Hunter based out of Chilliwack, 2005 chassis Junior Dragster. In the other lane, Cadence Rodriguez, 2008 Dragster. With shout-outs going to Kim Specialty, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body. 12:14 is the time for Hunter at 51 miles an hour. Cadence goes 11:93 at 51 miles an hour. all of the Katnick family. Ashton Katnick and Adam Katnick on next run. Ashton over here, tower side. Both sporting sponsorship from, of course, TK Performance out of Maple Ridge. A bit of family rivalry here. It never ends. It never stops. So Adam, 9 flat, 72 miles an hour. Ashton runs a 14:01, 45 miles an hour, and typically the older the driver, as I mentioned, the quicker the car. Nate Green and Alex Green now. Alex and Nate both out of Mission, both of them gaining sponsorship support for JBS Equipment and Papa Roach. Alex is over here, tower side in the green dragster, and Nate in the white junior dragster. Once again, we have called box door car singles to lanes 5 and 6. Box door car singles to lanes 5 and 6. You should be heading in that direction as we continue with the first of 2 qualifying sessions for junior dragster. $11.86 for Nate, 53 miles an hour. And Alex runs a 14:13 at 44 miles per hour. So far, 8 junior dragsters have taken a time. You can tell by the sound in the water box that we're stepping it up just a tick as Alana Everett completes her run final in the Thunder category, 14:45, 42 miles an hour. We're moving into the Lightning category as things get a little bit quicker and a little bit louder, a little bit faster. This is a category for junior dragster racers 13 years and older, so the quicker of the 2 categories. First pair is going to be Ciel Gagno and Abigail White. Ciel, part of the Big Kids Racing group out of Qualicum Beach on the island. It's a 2010 chassis junior dragster. Ciel, the 2021 Junior Lightning champion here at Mission Raceway. So she's looking for championship number 2 in the category. It's the junior dragster here on the tower side. Abigail from Mission, sponsored by Pioneer, Lordco, TNT, and Walco. Abigail is over on the spectator side. Both junior dragsters staged and ready to go. Ciel is in. Here comes the tree for their qualifying hit. Ciel anxious to get off the start line, but racing against the clock. She'll get a time of 7:95, 81 miles an hour, 8:12 for Abigail at 80 miles an hour. Here comes Lincoln Rutherford and Colton Warren now. Lincoln from Wembley, Alberta, sponsored by Royal Projects and Rebel Fitness. It's also a 2008 junior dragster. Colton Warren from Mission, part of the Warren Motorsports team. It's a 2022 Mike Boss chassis junior dragster, Sponsorship support from JBS, Big Kids Racing, Tires Plus, and the Titanium Auto Group. Both drivers pre-staged. Colton rolls in, as does Lincoln. Here we go. We're set. Stripe 786 for Lincoln, 883 miles an hour, 792 for Colton at 83 miles an hour. And this is the Lightning category, quicker of the two junior dragster categories we have here today. Just under 20 junior dragsters on the property. Aiden Katnick and Lincoln Shirk now. Aiden, TK Performance sponsored. Tower Side, Lincoln Shirk from Langley. 2005 Mike Boss Chassis Junior Dragster with sponsorship support from Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, JS Power Sports, Vancouver Car Wrap, Bubba Speed Shop, and Dad. Lincoln freshly wrapped that junior dragster for the 2022 season. $786 for Aiden, 81 miles an hour, 823 for Lincoln, 79. Like in any bracket category, it's not always the quickest or the fastest, it's the most consistent. Consistency on the start line, getting a great reaction time, and making sure the car's performance is consistent each time so that you can count on it getting to the 8th mile on the dial-in that you've selected for the car. M. Debris Coos and Lexi Winterbottom, our next pair. Shawnigan Lake is home for Emma Debris Coos. Dad runs in the Canada West Door Slammer Series. Straight Line Race Cars sponsorship. B&D Lift Trucks for Emma Debris Coos. Lexi Winterbottom in the other lane. Bowtie Ventures, Hobo Racing. That's the yellow and blue junior dragster on the spectator side. They are both staged. We're set for them to run. Everybody taking a good shot of the tree, taking a big chunk out of it, actually, going red. 796 at 80 miles an hour for Emma. Lexi goes 848 at 76 miles an hour. And that brings up Willie Oliver. Willie from Mission, sponsored by Rad Torque. Willie off on a good run here. Clocks in 782 at 83 miles an hour. He'll take the early turn off there as that looks to be the final in the junior dragster category. With junior dragster qualifying this first session complete, we'll do a small amount of track preparation as we get set for box door cars to make it down the track in their qualifying hit. If you've watched any amount of drag racing over the years, you've undoubtedly noticed how track preparation has become much more of a thing. It is so important for today's high horsepower cars that the track be prepared so that it can take the track. In the old days, in the olden days, you used to just sort of kick the parts off the track and drive around the shiny spots that might be there from oil or whatever, but those days are long gone now, as everybody running high horsepower cars in almost all classes needs to have the best racing surface possible. Hence you see the tractors doing a little bit of dragging. Behind those tractors are old used slicks, and I saw on Facebook that we have made the call for racers who have old slicks that they are discarding. Please see the safety crew or the start line crew at Mission Raceway. We'll certainly take those old slicks off your hands, as we're constantly in need of using those old slicks to resurface the racetrack. So as these tractors drag those old slicks up and down the racetrack, it gives a nice even coat of real actual racing rubber. In between certain categories, you will see the sprayer head down the track as well with some VHT traction compound, and there are a number of different levels of spray, so it is all depending on the level of race cars that are racing. The other thing that dragging the racetrack like this does is it manages to keep the heat in the racing surface. So always important that there be as much consistency as possible. Throughout the day, the racing surface does heat up by all stretch, and that is just inevitable. So when the sun comes out especially, you'll see the racing surface get a little bit warmer. On a cooler morning, dragging the track like this manages to elevate it by a few degrees. So the safety crew always monitoring what the track temperature is and how the racing surface is down track as well. So word on the start line is that we're going to do a little bit of a spray just to, I mentioned that consistency of the racing surface. So start line crew detected that there's a few patches that could use a bit of a touch-up when it comes to spray. So they're just investigating that. This would probably be a good time to talk about and give a shout-out and a big thank you to all of the sponsors who are involved in making the West Coast Classic Series the success that it is. 2022 West Coast Classic Series is presented, of course, by Rad Torque Systems and Tristan Plumbing and Heating, along with TNT Motorsports. You can check them out at www.tntmotorsports.ca. The event featuring the Classic Shootout Series that is presented by ChopMyRate.ca and Total Dairy Solutions. Rad Torque Systems, the world's leader in torque guns for all applications. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, Lower Mainland's largest commercial plumbing and heating company. ChopMyRate.ca, top-tier lending company for all sorts of borrowing used by the Titanium Auto Group. Live feed sponsor, well, if you're watching us online on YouTube, you've noticed it's presented by JBS Equipment. There's a whole host of associate sponsors as well. We want to thank NTK Performance, industry leader in spark plugs, modules, sensors, and more. Check them out at ngksparkplugs.com. This is Bracket Racing Elite, the choice of champions who want to improve your on-track performance. Well, check out This is Bracket Racing Elite and be mentored by multiple-time world champion, big buck bracket racer Luke Bagacki and Justin Lamb. Names that all bracket racers will certainly be familiar with. Hoosier Tire West, the premier choice of drag racing and street tires on the West Coast. HoosierTireWest.com. Competitive suspension. That's right, competitive suspension. The best in high performance and basic application drag racing shocks. George's Classic and Custom Auto, based out of Creston, BC. Go to them for all your custom auto body needs. Owned by racer George LeBlanc, competing this weekend. Mona LaHaye Remax Elite, the premier Edmonton real estate firm. In business for over 40 years, sponsoring some beautiful trophies for junior racers this weekend. Modified Welding and Fabrication, custom fabrication based out of the Edmonton area. And racer Kurt Smith built the sweet custom-made trophies for all of the 2022 Classic events. Royal Projects, big or small, they do it all. Pickers of all sizes and custom camp construction projects. Owned by racers James Rutherford, with a bunch of new branch, now open in Kelowna. In the old car center, you can get everything you need for your ride based out of Langley. That's the old car center. And Bracket Life brand, they know bracket racing. Based out of Ontario, but with a wide-spreading reach, clothing made for bracket racers. And finally, JS Power Sports, your local high-performance know-how guys. They are the best in the West at making things go fast. It's a stellar list of sponsors involved in making the 2022 West Coast Classic Series a success. So we thank all of the sponsors for their involvement. And if you have the opportunity to need any of the products that they provide and supply, we would encourage you to support them as they support racing. Just a heads up to everybody what the delay is. We're just waiting for the sprayer to be back. It needed to be recharged, and so that is completed. And so Steve will be spraying just very, very quickly. I do not think that they will need another drag after that, but that might happen. So we'll keep you posted as the track prep just continues a little bit longer. There's typically a process, and it's different for every racetrack and race event, depending on the speed of cars that you have performing on any given day. There is a certain amount of dragging, and then they'll do a spray, and then another drag after that to get it worked in, all with the idea of creating a certain traction friction coefficient. And so that is, it's not just random. Let me put it that way. It's not just, well, let's put some sticky stuff down and see what happens. No, there's a method to the madness. Let me tell you, everything is handled in sort of an art and science way, right? The art is knowing what little specifics are needed. You can see the sprayer letting out a lot of traction compound at the end of the 8th mile. Part of that, of course, is to ensure that the track is sticky as cars are deaccelerating. It helps them to deaccelerate faster at the end of their run down the 8th mile in this case. Also, it makes sure that when the car is at the speed at which it's going to be, the top speed at which it's going to be performing, that it has the ability to have as much grip as possible out there. So that is what we're just doing right now. So as I look out on the start line, it would appear that the spraying is complete. They have parked the sprayer, so we are going to be having cars running down the track here momentarily. We appreciate your patience as we do the track preparation. Safety is the prime concern as we send cars down the quarter mile. It is important that racers as well as spectators and the start line crew have a sense that everything has been prepared to its topmost ability. So safety for cars that are doing anywhere from 100 to 200 miles an hour, even in the 8th mile, safety is paramount. So we will be seeing that happen throughout the day from time to time as we just make sure that the track is capable of handling the performance of all the cars here this weekend. So here we go. Qualifying session for box door cars. And when we say box, you're saying, what do you mean box? Well, if you're a racer, you know. Race fans probably know. Essentially, we're talking about any electronics on the car. Throttle stops, delay timers, trans brake, all sorts of electronics gear that basically you manipulate to help set up the car to run the time that you want. This is the box door car. We have box dragster that will be coming up a little later on in the program for their qualifying. We kick things off. Nick Angelucci and Jan Christensen. Christensen runs a 544 in the Green Nova. El Gringo, he calls it. 67 Nova goes 544 to 128. Nick Angelucci goes 699, 98 miles per hour in the 78 Malibu. Once again, we're racing to the 8th mile here. Brian Ritchie and Ted Buss. Ted's from Shawnigan Lake. He's driving that 34 Ford Hot Rod. 427 cubic inch Chevy power. That 34 Ford. It's Ted Buss over on the spectator side. Here on the tower side, Brian Ritchie. Ritchie Racing Engines black 68 Chevelle. And Poco. Everybody making whatever changes they need to make so that their car performs on the 8th mile. 507 for Ritchie. Bus goes 565. The Chevelle runs 138 miles an hour, and the Hot Rod 34 Ford goes 119 miles an hour. That brings up Andy Hatton in the Grinch. 1969 Camaro. Dwayne Ringeth in the pickup, the S10, over here tower side, sponsored by TNT. Problems for Hatton as he pulls over, and we'll get the safety crew out there. So in the meantime, the pickup goes 648, 102 miles an hour, but Andy Hatton experiencing problems and doing the right thing, pulling over as quickly as possible. It's probably a word to the wise for all racers who are still on the property. If you experience problems, something does not feel right, it is probably best that you pull over as quickly as possible out of the racing groove and minimize any fluid that can get on the racing surface, especially after it has just been prepared. So the safety crew heads out. We'll do a quick assessment. See Andy out of the car. He did say, when I was talking to him a couple of weeks ago, that he had a new power plant that he was looking to put into the car. And he was really looking forward to it performing better than the old power plant. Well, hopefully, if that's the new power plant, it's still in one piece. Racing can be a cruel, cruel sport. Not to say expensive, too. So they're out there taking a look and just checking the racing surface along the way. Make sure that no offending fluids got on the surface. Doing the highly technical, highly skilled serpentine walk. The safety crew will basically check out what has happened there behind Andy. That's bad news for him. He ran a 10:12, but he was definitely off the pace well before the 8th mile stripe. So word I hear on the radio is that it is nothing serious, just a couple of small drops off to the side, and so we should be fine and get back into racing action or qualifying action here very, very quickly. There is a Murphy's Law principle, right? Remember good old Murphy? He had Murphy's Law. The what was one of those? It was I'll have to think about it and I'll come back to you. It involved a peanut butter sandwich and a clean floor. George LeBlanc and Ray Saverson. Our next two competitors, LeBlanc from Creston, BC, George's Classics and Customs, one of the associate sponsors here, the West Coast Classic Series. Driving that orange 66 Chevelle, sweet looking car. One parachute on the back, so you know that it can go at least 150 miles an hour. Jay Severson, on the other hand, with the JS Power Sports Dakota, he's got two parachutes, so he could get that thing up to 200 miles an hour. Runs 5:01 at 127 in the 8th. And LeBlanc goes 5:61, 123 miles an hour. So Severson in the Dakota, 5:01. Running on the quarter mile, well, very likely see that truck go over 200. Chris Mann now from Prince George. Flatliner, 1970 Maverick. In the other lane, Adam DeYoung, one of our local junior dragster graduates. Adam was running in the
junior lightning category for a couple of years and graduated up into 67 Camaro. Wheels up, launch 4. Chris over here, tower side. 546, 125 miles an hour, 534 for the Camaro of Adam DeYoung. So both of them, wow, both of them turning the light bulb red. One 008 red, the other 007 red. So probably just going at the sound of the other car, and their times will stand. 546 for the Maverick, 534 for the Camaro. Here comes James Kennedy now, and Otto Schulte. Kennedy in the 2004 Grand Am here, tower side. 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy power. In the other lane, Otto Schulte in the Cavalier. Schulte goes 480, 145 miles an hour. In the other lane, 489 for Kennedy in the Grand Am. Brings up a pickup, S10. Richard Love, SS Motorsports from Soyuz, BC. And Mark Brenzinger? Well, it doesn't look like it, you know? Both drivers turning the red bulb on. The Corvette goes 568, 120 miles an hour, 695 at 97 miles an hour for the S10. And that brings up Derek Shirk now and John DeYoung. So we're going to go real quick here. This is box door car. John DeYoung, Adam's father, driving the much more swoopy 68 Camaro. Adam gets the more traditional looking 67. Dad's got this Artex Barn Solution, Total Dairy Solutions Camaro. Can run in the 6s, quarter mile. Over here, tower side, Derek Shirk. Another quick car, Titanium Auto Group, 55 Bel Air. Are set to go. Getting that qualifying time in now. Johnny Young runs 4:42, 159 miles an hour. Derek Shirk 4:57, 155 miles an hour. So, wow, that is moving. Both those cars. Here's something you don't see all too often, but if you're going to see it, it's at the drag strip. Eddie Plaisir. Gorgeous looking 48 Anglia. In the other lane, Dave Beck. 2000 Camaro. But that little Anglia from Edmonton. Little British car. 2 doors. Hugely popular in the late 50s and 60s in the gasser classes. Using the wheelie bars. At the stripe, it is 596, 115 miles an hour for Beck. 115 miles an hour, 111 for the Anglia that ran a 641. 641 for Eddie Plaisir in that little Anglia. Here comes Warren Jacobson and Dan Parsons now. Parsons, of course, can be found in the super combo classes a lot of the time. Index racer. Running with electronics. He is from Powell River. Quality Racing. It's a Duster. See the throttle stops come in. Warren Jacobson from Abbotsford. He's driving the Chevy 2 goes 734, 108 miles an hour, 670 for Parsons at 105 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box Dragster doubles. We need you in 3 and 4. Box Dragster doubles. Bring them up. Bring them up. Lanes 3 and 4. Jan Christensen and Martin Rochelle get set. Their pass here. Christensen from Langley. 544 for Jan, 128 miles an hour. Rochelle, 635, 105 miles an hour. Over here, tower side, Al Quigley rolling into the stage beams now in his 89 Mustang. Sponsored by Brad Torque. Alongside him is Mike Robinson in the 27 Ford Roadster. 576, perfect reaction time for Robinson. Trip zip. So Amber Rutherford now making a single. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box Dragster singles. We need you now in lanes 5 and 6. Box Dragster singles. We need you in 5 and 6. Bring them up. As Amber runs a 564 at 122 miles an hour, and that brings up James Rutherford. Oil Projects, Rebel Fitness sponsored 96 Ford Probe. Sufficiently large, 632 cubic inches under the hood of that probe. Carefully bringing the probe into the stage beams. It's set. James is off and running. Stops the clocks at 475, 147 miles an hour. Hey, I got notice for all of you juniors. For all juniors, heads up, heads up. Pizza movie night tonight. That's right. After the junior finals, it is pizza movie night at the Max Fox building. So make sure that you are there or be square, right? For all juniors, pizza movie night, the Max Fox building right after the junior finals. So once again, we have called Box Dragster singles to lanes 5 and 6. You should be rolling into 5 and 6. Box Dragster singles. Hey, if you're sitting in the stands wondering why does this happen, or what's going on here, or what's this all about, drag racing can be a, shall we say, somewhat complex sport to watch with so many classes and so much technology and so many things going on. Well, there is a quick and easy solution to that question, and that would require you heading over to the pro shop
and grab hold of one of the Drag Racing 101 pamphlets that they have available there. It's a great overview of everything that goes on during a race day. It answers a whole bunch of questions and will certainly help you understand all levels of drag racing to a greater degree. So if you've got questions, if you're wondering about stuff, then head over to the Pro Shop and ask them about a Drag Racing 101 brochure, and I'm sure that they can help you out. And that would certainly make your day a lot more informative. We're just getting set for box dragsters to make their qualifying hit. All right, speaking of going quicker and faster, that is what we're going to do right now as we head into the next category, box dragster. Hailing out of Leduc, Outlaw Addiction, he calls it. That is Mike Crozier. Mike's over here on the tower side. The other lane, Mark Campbell from Olympia, Washington. Another one of the U.S. runners that we have up this weekend. Pacific Supply sponsoring that 2014 Mullis Chassis Dragster. Mark and Mike running in the box dragster category. Once again, racing to the 8th mile. Tire shake for Mike as he had to pedal it a bit. 5:05, 147 miles an hour. 4:53 from Mark Campbell, 154 miles an hour. Here comes Carson Campbell and Dalton Guerrero. Just backing up from their burnouts. Carson from Olympia, Washington. It's 2006 Mullis Chassis Dragster here tower side. Dalton from Leduc. 2010 M&M. See them bumping in ever so carefully. The idea of being staged as shallow as possible. It's not just a matter of rolling in and breaking the beams anymore. You want to have that reaction time on your side. Staging very shallowly. 468 for Carson and 445 for Dalton. 153 miles an hour for Dalton on the spectator side in the Lordco lane. TCS lane goes 147 miles an hour. That's Carson Campbell. As Dave Sennett and Chevy Reeves roll forward. Dave from Leduc, strong contingent of dragsters out of Leduc. Edmonton is home base for Reeves. Dave, sponsored by Radtor, Sideshow Fabrications. Over on the spectator side, into the 8th mile, it is 4:49 at 153 miles an hour for Chevy. Dave goes 4:52, 153 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box doubles, no box doubles. Bring them up. Lanes 3 and 4, please. No box doubles. Bring them up. Lanes 3 and 4. This is your call. As Chris Crozier and Braden Ochitwa get set. Ochitwa is the name. 4:56, 152 miles an hour. Braden Ochitwa from Beaumont. And Chris goes 4:55, 152 miles an hour. That brings up our next pair. Kelly Voss on the spectator side. Dwayne Ragon, Rocky View Country, Alberta, TNT Motorsports. Sponsorship, 2018 Chassis Dragster. Kelly Voss in the hardtail. Dragster that he picked up earlier this year out of South Dakota. 7 Dragster. Dwayne goes 4:48. 155 miles an hour. Kelly goes 5:59. 5:59 at 121 miles an hour. Justin Bond backing up, tower side. And Jenna Michaud. Jenna from Edmonton. Sponsored by GTO Ventures, Tradewind Salvage, and Twister Piling. Justin Bond, of course, taking a break from odd racing this weekend, so he is in his Super Comp Dragster. Either anxious to get in that stage beam, but here we go. 441 for Justin Bond, 156 miles an hour, and Jenna goes 423 at 170 miles an hour. That is going to bring up Steve Horn and Emily Gerard. Emily, another one of the graduates from the Junior Dragster Series a couple of years ago. She was a champion, multi-year champion, in fact. Emily now driving this 2001 Undercover Chassis Dragster, sponsored by JS Power Sports and Shear Solutions. Emily Gerard hailing from right around here as Steve Horn as well, out of Burnaby. JS Power Sports and Rat Torque sponsored Dragster. It's 2006 Chassis Dragster. Emily's in. Steve's in. They are off. Steve gets there with a 428. Emily, 479. 428, 170 miles an hour. Steve Horn, 479 for Emily at 146 miles an hour. Brings up Dan Provost sitting in the water box. Getting set to do his burnout. Abbotsford-based Rad Torque Systems. Once again, we've made the call for no box doubles to 3 and 4. No box doubles. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. So Dan rolls forward now, breaking the pre-stage beam in his dragster. Set for his qualifying pass. .434, 164 miles an hour for Dan Provost. So .434. So qualifying is complete. Although junior dragsters will have another hit. No box, single entries. Attention in the pits. No box, single entries. We need you to 5 and 6. No box, singles. 5 and 6. Bring them up. Bring them up. We just are awaiting a couple more dragsters who are running in double classes. They are in the staging lanes. They'll be coming around, and then that will be the completion of qualifying here for the first annual West Coast Classic. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier about your traveling through the pits and everything else. As I did say, I want to welcome all of you race fans for joining us here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. While you are here, make sure that you head into the pit area and take a good look at some of the absolutely spectacular equipment, cars, machinery that is here on the property this weekend. While you're there, you have the opportunity to look at some of the merch that's available as well. You can probably, if you've got a race fan in your family, you can probably get all of your Christmas shopping done this weekend. You can get absolutely everything that they want or need or would like to have, either by talking to various merch vendors in the pit area or at the pro shop. So do take the opportunity while you are here. Head into the pits, take a look around, visit the pro shop, visit the Half-Track Snack Shack for some great grub. As well, lunch is going to be coming up in a little bit. 10:45 right now. Pause for burnout, and Carson Campbell and Mark Campbell going to be making their runs. Both Campbell's from Olympia, Washington. On the spectator side, that's a 2006 Mullis Dragster and a 2014 Mullis Dragster over here on the tower side. Stop at 4:54 for Mark and 4:67 for Carson. Both of them go 002 reaction time, one 002 red and the other 002 green. So they were on the mark on the Christmas tree. 467 for Carson and 454 for Mark. 153 for Mark and 147 for Carson. And that is going to be it for qualifying. Junior Dragsters will have an opportunity for their second qualifying, but that will be in a little bit. We're going into first round of eliminations in seconds. So if you're sitting in the stands, you'll know that this is handicap racing. It's bracket racing at its finest. You can see the dial-in on the reader boards at the top end. You can anticipate who gets the handicap start from looking at those reader boards. Brody Shirk's got 530 on the window, 633 for Dustin Ward. Brody's over on the spectator side from Langley. Dustin here, tower side from Renton. It will be Dustin who leaves start line first. Dialed in at 6:33. Red light start for Brody. So automatic win going to Dustin Ward. 6:36 with a 107 miles per hour. But Brody turning on the red bulb, not just by a bit, but quite a bit. And that brings up Daryl Tippy now and Jason Mercer. Mercer from Chestermere, part of the Mercer Motorsports team, driving the Johnson's Custom Exhaust Cutlass. And Daryl Tippy, Horizon Paint sponsored 62 Chevy 2. Tippy dialed in at 671, Mercer 782. So the silver Cutlass is going to be leaving the start line quite a bit more ahead of Tippy. This is where you want to see the staging ever so carefully, making sure you take full advantage. Win light comes on for Daryl Tippy as Mercer went 002 red. 671 on the dial, so dead on his dial. Tippy advancing into round number 2 as Monty Beagle and Dustin Hunter roll out of the water box. Hunter from Chilliwack, Beagle from High River, Alberta. So Beagle dialed in at 576. Against Hunter's 572, so just a tick of a handicap start. Will be going to the 33 Ford. Not much, only 4/100ths of a second. Both drivers took full advantage of the green light. Green light comes on. 578 for Monty Beagle, 115 miles an hour. Better reaction time, 009 against Hunton's not slouchy 031. The 009 reaction gives him a 576 head start. So Beagle going into the next round as Kevin Mccauley and Ryan Johnston now roll up. Nasty Fish Corvette 568. 568 is the time on the window against the 755 for the old school Cutlass. So Kevin Mccauley leads first. Kevin goes red. So Ryan Johnson picks up the win. Goes 571, 120 miles an hour. Here comes Heather Hornell and Hank Vermeulen. Heather from Chilliwack. Brady Electrical Contracting. It's a 94 Sonoma. 7:38 is the dial-in time for Heather. And Hank goes 6:89 on the window. So Heather gets the handicap start against that Screamin' Demon. So Heather and Hank both break out, but it was Hank from Mullen who was closer, so Hank gets the win, advances into the next round as John DeBack and Darren Sutton, our next pair, rolling up into the stage beams. John dialed in at 668 in the S10, and Sutton 621, so black pickup will get the small handicap start. 4/10 of a second. Sutton goes red, turns the red bulb on big time, and breaks out at the top end. 669, good for John DeBack to win 101 mile per hour on that. So John DeBack advancing into the next round as Jeff Whitworth and Dylan Cairns. Jeff in the S10 and Dylan in the Titanium Auto Group sponsored Blazer. Blazers dialed in 735, Whitworth 634. So clearly you can tell if you're reading the reader boards at the top end that the Blazers going to leave first. A lot of races decided on the reaction time on the start line, and here's a good one. 7:44 for the Blazer. His reaction time 0:04 against Whitworth's reaction time that started with a 1. So better reaction time is going to help you big time getting to the finish line on time. 7:44 at 92 miles an hour. So Dylan Cairns going into the next round. Here's Craig Johnson and Andy Antle now. Craig Johnson's in the 79 station wagon. The Malibu here, Tower Side. The grocery getter. Andy Antle in that unique 65 F100. Lac-La-Hache is home base for Andy. He's staged, and here comes Craig. Red light start for Andy Antle. He saw Craig leave, racing to the 8th mile. You do not have a whole lot of time to catch him, so leaving that start line as early as possible without turning it red, that's what you want to do. Andy unfortunately pushed it too hard. Pay attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, we can bring you up to the staging lanes now. Junior Dragsters for your second qualifying session. It'll be Thunder in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2. Junior Dragsters, bring them up. So Brian Vader, he had the handicap start, but he pushed it too hard, turned the red bulb on. Win light goes to Scott Winterbottom. Goes 6:02, 114 miles an hour. So Scott advancing into round 2 as Dave Jung and Lawrence DeRide roll up. Stetler is home base for Lawrence. 584 is the dial-in. He's the quicker of the two. Dave Jung in his 96 Camaro. 688 is the time on the window. So the Camaro will leave the start line first. markers get away clean and green. It's decided at the stripe. Win light for Dave Jung manages to run on his dial 688 with a 7 at 96 miles an hour. So Dave Jung advancing into the next round as Jim Benke brings up his Rad Torque Plymouth Barracuda. In the other lane, Lance DeSillis from Tofino. 81 Malibu. Benke having a stellar year in terms of reaction times. They're both about dead even this time, though, with the win light for Benke. 6:45, 98 miles an hour. 6:45, good to advance for Jim Benke. Hey, listen, we have a notification that there are 2 spots for sale in the 32 Car Shootout. All right, racers, 2 spots for sale in the 32 Car Shootout for later today. And juniors, you've been called to the staging lanes. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. So we're just getting set for the second qualifying session for the junior dragsters as they roll into the staging lanes right now, lanes 1 and 2. They are getting set. There are upwards of 20 junior dragsters on the property. They are quite an active category this year here at Mission Raceway, as they are all around. There was a major junior dragster race, and I mean a national race at Bristol, Tennessee earlier this year. And there were a couple hundred junior dragsters on the property, all racing for big bucks and trophies. So this is a category that is taken very seriously. It's for racers between the ages of 5 and 16. Well, 5 and 17, actually. And it depends on how old you are to determine whether you're running in the Thunder category or the Lightning category. The two groups, slower being Thunder, 5 to 12 years of age, and Lightning being 13 years and older. We divide them up into two categories here at Mission Raceway, although every track does it sometimes a little bit uniquely to suit their characteristics. Attention in the pits. Box door car double. We need you now to the lanes. 3 and 4. Box door car doubles. 3 and 4. Bring them up. So as I was saying, in terms of junior dragsters, we have the Thunder and Lightning categories. I know that in places like, Las Vegas, for example, I believe they have a junior comp category. And so they actually will have junior dragsters that will run quicker than 790. And they'll use parachutes, the whole thing. It doesn't happen very often, but you will see parachutes being used in the junior category in some of those quicker classes. For us, it is Thunder and Lightning, 5 to 12 years of age for Thunder. And if you're thinking, I didn't hear that properly, no, I meant that. If you're 5 years of age, you can be in a junior dragster. That's right. I'm trying to remember what life was like for me at 5 years of age, but I can't imagine myself in a junior dragster. But these kids really take it seriously. So it is a wonder to behold, and once they get over 12 years of age, they go up into the quicker category of Junior Lightning. So we're just getting set for their second qualifying session, and then they'll go. Every year we have track champions at Mission Raceway, and when it comes to junior dragsters, your Junior Thunder track champion is Alex Green. That's right, young Alex, he is the champion. He has not one of the quickest cars, but he is growingly consistent behind the wheel. Abigail White was runner-up for Junior Thunder. In Junior Lightning, Ciel Gagno is the champion here for 2021, and Colton Warren was runner-up. Emma Sidden was your champion in Junior Street, and runner-up was Joanna Rebello. Those are the junior categories. The no box is the category. Stacy Commander, Sexsmith, Ian Casper, the Friendly Ghost Camaro, and Ryan Johnston. Ryan breaks out. Winlight. Stacy goes 585 on the dial with a 4. So 585 4, 117 miles an hour, taking the white Camaro into the next round. Monty Beagle in the 33 Ford. Up against the Dodge Dart, tower side. There goes staged. We're set to go. Handicap going to the Dart. Everybody's clean and green. Green light comes on for Beagle. 575, 118 miles an hour as they both went quicker than their dial, but Beagle is closest to his dial. Runs 575.9 on a 576 dial. So Monty goes into the next round. It's Heather Hornell and Jason Mercer get set to do battle here. Mercer from Chestermere, Alberta. Attention in the pits. Attention, box door car singles. This is your call. 5 and 6 of the lanes. Box door car singles. Bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6, please. So the handicap start going to the Oldsmobile and manages to stay out in front. Runs on the dial. 777 with a 2 at 81 miles an hour. Just like it was for yesterday, all racers, if you are out first round, buybacks are an option. Make sure you see the folks at the TNT trailer. At the rear of staging there, buybacks are $120. Loren Schwartz and John Tabak now. Handicap start went to Tabak. Both break out. Lorenz picks up the win. Closest to the dial, 645. He runs a 643 with a 6 at 106 miles an hour. So Loren Schwartz taking out John Tabak in this round. Once again, all racers, if you are out first round, you do have the opportunity to buy back. Please see the folks at the TNT trailer at the rear of staging there, and they will take care of that. Buybacks are $120. Here we go, Junior Dragsters on the racetrack. And we start with Oakley Rutherford. Here, Towerside. Royal Project sponsored from Wembley, Alberta. Rebel Nutrition also getting a shout out. From Oakley and the team, Emily White in the other lane. Emily out of Mission, sponsored by Pioneer, Lordco, TNT, and Walco. Emily White. Everybody getting a second qualifying hit here in Junior Dragster. They'll take their times decide on what they want to use as their dial-in for eliminations coming up later on this morning or this afternoon. So Oakley at the stripe, 11:99, 52 miles an hour. Emily went 9:16 at 70 miles per hour as they head out, take the early turn off. We saw Oakley turning on the red light, and for qualifying, as we've often said, that is fine. You're racing against the clock when it comes to qualifying to get a good time and everything else. So Cadence Rodrigue and Hunter Gallant now rolling forward. Cadence, of course, Daniel Rodrigue's daughter, joined the ranks of Junior Thunder in 2021. Cadence over here, Tower side. And if that car looks vaguely familiar, that used to be Sidney Jung's old ride. Hunter Gallant in the other lane with his freshly painted Junior Dragster. 11:95 is the time for Cadence, and Hunter goes 12:20. Cadence goes 52 miles an hour. Hunter also 52 miles an hour. Boy, there were just a hundredth of a second difference between the two of them. Here comes Nate Green now and Adam Katnick. So Nate getting the go-ahead from Mom to roll forward into stage beams. Adam Katnick doing the same over on the spectator side. Adam runs an 891, 73 miles an hour, and 1184 for Nate at 54. Here then, folks, is your Thunder champion, Alex Green, part of Green Brothers Racing. 2021, Alex was making quite a mark for himself in the category. He won Junior Thunder at Door Wars 9. He won Junior Thunder at the JBS Junior Shootout, and then he runner-up at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. That's young Alex in the Green Brothers Racing Junior Dragster. Very young, lots of accomplishments. And in the other lane, Alana Everett from Langley. Bubba Speed Shop, Old Car Center sponsorship. We saw Alana doing a lot of licensing early on. She's now in the racing program. 14:72 for Alana Everett and 14:18 for Alex Green. Both of them running around 40 miles an hour. So Ashton runs a 13.98, 45 miles an hour. They want to make an announcement, too, for all spectators and race crew. We would ask that you stay off the grass areas that are near the racetrack and certainly off the wall. We know that you like to get up real close and everything else, whether it's at the shutdown area or whether it's at the start line, but we would ask that you stay within safe parameters, away from the wall. And that brings up the next pair. And we're now into the quicker, faster lightning category for 13 years of age and older. So Colton Warren and Emma Debris-Coos will be our first pair. Colton from Mission in his brand new 2022 Mike Boss chassis, junior dragster. Part of the Warren Motorsports team, sponsored by JBS, Big Kids Racing, Tires Plus, and Titanium Auto Group. Em Debris-Coos from Shawnigan Lake, well, she's sponsored by Straight Line Race Cars, B&D Lift Trucks. Her dad racing in the Canada West Door Slammer Series. Emma is over on the spectator side, the Lordco lane. Both junior dragsters now are pre-stage. They roll forward another 8 inches, break the stage beam, and then the starter clicks the button, and they both come down. They both leave red. That's okay. It's only qualifying. 793 for Colton and 793.3 for both drivers. That's right, 793.3 for both drivers. And reaction times, well, 0:47 for Colton, 0:26 for Emma. Both of them were in the 80-mile-per-hour range, but that's quite something. They both had the exact same elapsed time, right down to the thousandths of a second. Here is Lincoln Shirt now and Abigail White. Lincoln Tower side. That's a 2005 Mike Boss chassis junior dragster. Mike Boss, of course, one of the premier chassis builders in the junior category. Abigail White from Mission over on the spectator side. Puts a number on the board, 8:05, 80 miles an hour. 8:18 is what Lincoln ran, 79 miles per hour. It's Aiden Katnick and Lincoln Rutherford now get set for their run. Aiden, TK Performance out of Maple Ridge, Tower side. Lincoln from Wembley, Alberta. Royal Projects, Rebel Fitness. So 006 reaction time for Lincoln. Clocks in 7:81 at 84 miles an hour. Aiden goes 7:84 at 82 miles an hour. Comes Willie Oliver and your 2021 Junior Lightning champion here at Mission Raceway, Ciel Gagno. Ciel from Qualicum Beach, all part of Big Kids Racing team. Ciel's tuner, of course, her dad, Nate Gagno, drives one of the Top Fuel Harleys. There's big contention. Or is he riding that Harley? You gotta think he's doing more than just riding on it, that's for sure. Willie Oliver and Ciel Gagno. 7:88 is the time for Oliver, 82 miles an hour. 7:92 for Ciel at 82 miles per hour. And that's going to bring up Lexi Winterbottom. Looks like Lexi will be last of the Junior Lightning cars. Lexi heads down track, stops the clocks at 8:30 at 78 miles an hour. Bowtie Ventures Junior Dragster goes 8:30 with a 1, 78 miles an hour. And now we are down for just a few minutes with some track preparation as we get set for the next round of eliminations, which will be box door cars. Want to welcome all of you race fans here to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway for this weekend's race, the first annual, that's right, first annual West Coast Classic. This race presented by Rad Torque and Tristan Plumbing and Heating, part of a 3-race series contested here in Edmonton, Mission, and Medicine Hat. This is race number 2 of the series. And we have a lot of sponsors to thank, people who have made this event what it is. Let me run down briefly. Along with Rad Torque Systems and Tristan Plumbing and Heating, T&T Motorsports. Rad Torque Systems, the world's leader in torque guns for all applications, and Tristan Plumbing and Heating, the Lower Mainland's largest commercial plumbing and heating company. ChopMyRate.ca, top-tier lending company for all sorts of borrowing. And the live feed sponsor, if you're watching us on YouTube, JBS Equipment. Along with the major sponsors, there's a host of associate sponsors: NGK, NTK Performance, This is Bracket Racing Elite, Hoosier Tire West, Competitive Suspension, George's Classic and Custom Auto, Mona LaHaye Remax Elite, Modified Welding and Fabrication, Royal Projects, the Old Car Center, Bracket Life Brand, and JS Power Sports. All those folks providing their support to make the first annual West Coast Classic happen here at Mission Raceway. You take the opportunity while you are here. It's going to be a bit of a warm day, so make sure that you stay hydrated. Make sure that you have some water on hand. And also, it might not be a bad idea, get some of that sunscreen on. Yeah, you're going to be out in the sun for a long time. I believe that they have some sunscreen in small packages available at the Pro Shop. I see that somebody even had their Coppertone Sun Guard up here in the tower. Wow, what is this? SPF of 50. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff, I guess. So make sure that you've got your sunscreen on and that you're fully hydrated for a great day of racing, as we have sent tractors down the track just to do a little bit of rubbing, and we'll get set for the next racing, which is going to be no box. Actually, when I said our next racing, it's going to be box store cars. So that will be the next thing on the racetrack. Next weekend is going to be another enjoyable race weekend here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. The Langley Loafers, BC Old Time Drags taking place. Next weekend, it's going to be 9 o'clock start on Friday, Test and Tune, and then Saturday and Sunday for racing. The Loafers Hot Rod Club has a long and distinguished history in these parts. They have a unique program that is going to feature classes like Street Rod, Nostalgia Gas, Street Classic, Street Machine, and Outlaw. So along with that, the West Coast Canada West Door Slammers are going to be here for that event, as well as the Pro Mods. So super fast race cars, super old race cars, because with the Langley Loafers, got to be 1972 or older, right? 1972 or older. But there will be some Pro Mods, so 200-mile-per-hour cars, all sorts of fast cars, old cars, and the property is usually loaded with all kinds of classic hot rods that make their way here for the day or for the weekend. So might want to mark that on your schedule. Next weekend, July 30th and 31st. Friday is Test and Tune Day. So the next category that's going to be on track, unless my eyes deceive me, is going to be box door car. And that is going to be followed by box dragster. And when we use the term box, we are referring to electronics involved in that racing category. We had no box where there were no electronics involved in the race cars. And by box, it's essentially a common slang term used in the sport to describe an onboard timer, sort of like a transmission brake delay timer, a trans brake. It forces the race car to remain stationary at the starting line in gear, regardless of how much Engine power is applied. When the tree is activated to start the race, the driver triggers a delay box to begin timing, and if the driver does not interrupt that timing, well, the car is launched down the track at the instant the timer expires. And if you do all your math and all your gazintas right, well, you're going to end up with an elapsed time that's dead on the dial that you've selected. As you well imagine, there's lots of opportunity for things to go slightly awry in all those calculations. So this is the box door car category. Burnout's complete then for Jan Christensen and Adam DeYoung. Jan over here, El Gringo, 67 Nova. Out of Langley. Dialed in at 5:44 in the 8th mile. Adam DeYoung, 5:35 is the number on the reader board with that TDS Artex Barn Solutions Camaro. 67 Camaro, 5:35. So the handicaps start going to the green car here tower side. Win 4. Jan Christensen goes 5:48, 127 miles an hour. Adam goes too quick, under the dial by at least a hunt. So Jan Christensen moving on to the next round as Jay Saverson brings his Dakota up to the line. Hey, attention in the pits. The junior dragster ladders are now available at the Warren Motorsports trailer. So juniors, if you're looking for your ladder, they are available at the Warren Motorsports trailer. So Dan Parsons getting the handicap, managing to stay out in front of Saverson. Goes 679, 105. Hey, attention in the pits. Dragster doubles, box doubles, bring them up to lanes 3 and 4. This is your call. Box dragsters, double, bring them up to 3 and 4. Start line crew just checking out something following Parsons' run. A bit of liquid on the track, nothing serious it seems. That last pair, Parsons running 6:79.3, dead on his dial with 3 thou. 105 miles an hour. Here's Dwayne Ringus. Otto Schulte. In the other lane, Schulte in the Cavalier. Dwayne in the S10. Sponsored by TNT Motorsports. Getting handicap start, dialed in at 6:52, leaves first, goes green. Here comes Otto Schulte in pursuit. Catches him at the 8th, 482, 144 miles an hour for Otto Schulte, the retired driver from Black Creek. And that's going to bring up Derek Shirk in his 55 Bel Air. Up against Ted Buss in the 34 Ford Roadster. Buss from Shawnigan Lake, sponsored by Shawnigan Trucking. 427 Chevy engine in that Ford Roadster. Anytime Derek Shirk over here. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. Handicap going to the old style Ford. Got 566 on the reader board at the top end. Shirk 457. Wow. Win light for Ted Buss, 566. Something obviously distracting Shirk. Reaction time way off the base with, well, anytime you have a reaction time that starts with a 7, you know that something was amiss. So Nick Angelucci in the 78 Malibu, sitting at the start line waiting as John DeYoung brings back the 68 Camaro. That Camaro running in the door slammer category. Has also made some passes in the Pro Mod category. It's a quick and fast car. Dialed in at 443 in the 8th. So Nick Angelucci was dialed in at 697 from Agassi. Going to be leaving the start line first here. So Angelucci goes red. John DeYoung has a reaction time of 001. Picks up the win, goes 447, 157 miles an hour. So John DeYoung going into the next round of box door car. George LeBlanc now and Chris Mann. Chris from Prince George in the Flatliner Maverick. And George from Creston in the 66 orange Chevelle. The Chevelle has 561 on the window and the reader board at the top end. 544 for Chris. So it's the orange Chevelle that leaves the start line a little bit ahead of that Maverick. It'll be decided at the 8th where George goes too quick. Chris picks up the win, goes 547, 127 miles per hour. Brings up Brian Ritchie and Richard Love. Brian Ritchie in the other lane, 508. Spectator side, 694 for Richard in the S10 pickup. Win light comes on for Brian Ritchie, 508, 139 miles an hour, 508. Brian Ritchie picks up the win. They both red lit. Brian's red light was 001. Richard Love was 012. So the better of the two red lights, you might say, decided that one with Brian Ritchie running 508, dead on his dial, 5088, 139 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Dave Beck and Mike Robinson now. Robinson from Chilliwack, Beck from Fort Saskatchewan. Mike Robinson dialed in at 576, Beck 595. Dave Beck and Mike Robinson get set to do battle here. Going to Beck in the Camaro. Win light, though, go for Robinson in the Roadster. 578, 117 miles an hour. So Mike Robinson going into round number 2. Rutherford rolling forward in the spectator side. James Kennedy over here tower side. Wind light comes on for Kennedy. 490 with a 9, 142 miles an hour. Taking out Amber. 490 with a 9, James Kennedy. Moving on. Here comes James Rutherford and Warren Jacobson. Warren Jacobson, tower side, dialed in 734. And Rutherford in the probe, 479. So we're going to see a big handicap start for the Chevy 2. Upwards of 3 seconds. So James is going to be sitting at the start line watching that Chevy 2 roll closer and closer to the finish line. Will he get around him? He did. He ran 4.80 with a reaction time of 002. So 479 was the dial. He runs 4.80 with a 1, but a reaction time of 002 against Warren's 023. Once again, how many races are decided on the start line? Well, a lot. Almost all of them, to some degree, are going to be decided by how good your reaction time was on the Christmas tree. So 002 picks up a win light for James Rutherford in that 96 probe going into round number 2 of box door car. Once again, I made that announcement for all the juniors. If you haven't yet had a chance to look at the ladders, they are posted at the Morin Motorsports trailer. So all juniors, your ladders are posted at the Morin Motorsports trailer. Pay attention in the pits. Jan Christensen, we need you back to the lanes, please. Jan Christensen, we need you back into the lanes.
Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Box Dragsters, singles. We need you to the lanes now. 5 and 6. Box Dragsters, singles. We need you in the staging lanes. This is your call. 5 and 6. Burnout's complete for Eddie Plaisir and Al Quigley now as they roll forward into the stage beams. Plaisir driving that beautiful 48 Anglia. Get a chance, head back into the pits, take a look at the back of that. It says Manglia. Seems to make a lot of sense. 48 Anglia's hugely popular in the 60s in the gasser classes. He's dialed in at 643 against Quigley's 527. Quigley's driving an 89 Mustang, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Both pre-staged, and Quigley goes in first. Here comes Plaisir, set, and he kept going at the little Anglia. Everybody's clean and green on the start line at the stripe. Wow, 6:42 with a 2 is a win for Eddie Plaisir. 002 reaction time. So once again, what he did on the start line went a long way to making sure he stayed out in front, even though they both broke out. 6:42 on a 6:43 dial and 5:25 on a 5:27 dial. So 100th versus about 200ths. But that 002 reaction time really put him in good stead. Eddie Plaisir picking up the win, goes 111 miles an hour in the Anglia to advance.
Sound you hear is Box Dragster rolling underneath the bridge. And here we go. First pair. First pair will be Braden Auchetois and Mark Campbell. Auchetois dialed in at 4:57, so these are going to be quick races to the 8th mile. 4:55 for Mark Campbell. Campbell from Olympia, Washington. Auchetois from Beaumont, Alberta. Mullis chassis versus TNT chassis. Handicap of 2/100ths of a second going to Auchetois on the spectator side in the green dragster. Both staged, here we go. It's a red light start for Mark Campbell. So win light goes to Braden Auchetois. 4:57. 152 miles an hour, good for a win. Now Carson Campbell and Chevy Reeves. Carson dialed in at 4:69, Chevy 4:51. So you'll see the handicap here this side of the strip. Tower side will be leaving first. It's a win light for Chevy Reeves. 004 is the quicker of the two reaction times. 4:51, 149 miles an hour for the win. Here's Dalton, Guerrero, and Jan Christensen now. Jan Christensen in the Chevy 2, El Gringo. Dalton Guerrero from Leduc over on the spectator side. In the dragster, 4:47 is the dial for Dalton. Jan, 5:45. So handicap going with a full-body door car. Dragster will be in pursuit. Everybody's green. Win light for the dragster, always renowned for a top-end charge, even if it's the 8th mile. 4:47, dead on the dial with an 8. 146 for Dalton Guerrero to advance into the next round as Chris Crozier and Jenna Michaud get set for their pass. Chris from Leduc in a 2014 TNT chassis dialed in 4:56. 4:56 against Jenna's 4:24. So Jenna, the quicker dragster from Edmonton. Handicap will be going to the Leduc runner, Chris Crozier, tower side. He gets the handicap. Just about 3/10 of a second on the tree. And Jenna goes red. Win light goes on for Chris Crozier. Jenna went 004 red. Chris goes 4:55 with a 3. 152 miles an hour for the win. Here comes Mike Crozier now. Outlaw Addiction. And Steve Horn from Burnaby. Steve sponsored by JS Power Sports. Radtor. Outlaw Addiction from Leduc. Mike Crozier dialed in at 4:53 against a 4:29 for Horn. So Crozier getting the handicap start here in this group. Everybody's green. Green light comes on for Steve Horn. 431 with a 3, 170 miles an hour. So 431, good for the win. Steve Horn going into the next round. Hey, attention drivers, we announced earlier that there were some spots available in the 32 car shootout. Well, it turns out there's only one spot left. One spot left for the 32 car shootout. So by all means, if you're interested, only one spot. That could be you. Think about it. Think about it. If you want to be in that 32 car shootout, there's a spot waiting for you. So as we await cars to assemble in the staging lanes for their next round, safety crew is out doing a check on the start line for the stickiness. That is a technical term that we use here at Mission Raceway, the stickiness of the track. You got a note up here earlier in the day that this is a note directed for all the junior drivers, all the junior racers. There is a pizza movie night tonight after the juniors finals. That's right, at the Max Fox building, pizza movie night for all the junior racers. So I'm sure that you're going to want to go there. You're not going to go anywhere else. We've got a full day of racing tomorrow, so you're going to be here. So pizza and movie night, Max Fox building for all the junior racers. They made the announcement also earlier about buybacks. If you went out first round and you want to buy back in, $120. Make sure you head over to the TNT trailer right at the start of staging. Buyback is $120 if you're out first round of competition. Hey, I mentioned earlier that we have got some great weekends of racing later in the season as well, but it all starts next weekend as the Langley Loafers are going to be taking up residence here at Mission Raceway. The Langley Loafers have been doing their old-time drags for a long, long time. I think they started their first event, boy, when was that? It was way back in, I think I have it written down here somewhere, back in 1988, they started doing the old-time drags. So that is going to be next weekend, and we got Pro Mods going to be on the track as well as the Canada West Door Slammers. So all kinds of good old stuff and some good new stuff too. And then later in August, the middle of August, around the 19th, 20th, and 21st, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, one of the most well-attended events here at Mission Raceway. We got the wheel standers, we got the fire-breathing jets, we got all sorts of action that way, and the race is going to include the Summit ET Racing Series, 10 and 11, along with Super Combo, and the Door Slammers will be here. So that's going to be a big deal. And if you're looking at historic hot rods from BC, 5 big hot rod clubs are having a historic hot rod reunion, and that's going to take place on August 27th right here at Mission Raceway. And that's all going to be followed up with the Summit ET Racing Series events on the 10th and 11th, and then the 24th and 25th, and season will close out September 30th, October 1st and 2nd with the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. So that's what's on tap here at Mission Raceway for the rest of the year, as we continue here this weekend with the first annual West Coast Classic presented by Rad Torque and Tristan Plumbing and Heating. Attention in the pits. No box, double buybacks. We need you in 3 and 4. No box, double buybacks in lanes 3 and 4. Bring them up, bring them up. As Kelly Voss and Emily Gerard get set to make their competition pass. Emily in the black dragster, champion in the junior lightning category for a number of years, multi-year champion Emily Gerard, making the move up into the family dragster. And some problems set in for Emily, and she's shut off. Kelly Voss gets the single. Competition single then. He will motor down for the win 5-6-0 with a 5 at 121 miles an hour. So Kelly Voss from Pitt Meadows getting a round win. It comes at the hands of a broken dragster for Emily Gerard. Dwayne Rango now and Justin Bond. So Dwayne from Rocky View Country in Alberta, sponsored by TNT, has 455 on the reader board as the dial-in. Justin Bond in the other lane. Weekend off from Pro Mod Racing. He's home racing his Super Comp dragster. 443. Justin dialed in at 443 against Dwayne's 455. So Dwayne gets the handicap. Taking their time to break the stage beams. Neither driver anxious to get in there. Justin's going to be last. He's in now. Here comes the tree. Win light comes on for Justin Bond. 009 reaction time. The better of the two. 4:43 with a 5 on a 4:43 dial. 153 miles an hour. So Bond picks up the win. Into the next round is Dan Provost now, and Dave Sennett will be the next pair. Is it an O? It's a D there. Dave Senio then is just staging up now with a dial in of 456. Handicap over Dan Provo. Senio goes red. Green light goes on for Dan. Runs a 430, 164. No box singles. Attention in the pits. No box singles. Buybacks. We need you in 5 and 6. No box single buybacks. We need you in 5 and 6. Bring them up. So, Martin Rochelle, normally running an index class. He is running here today and gets a 637. 105 miles an hour on that single. Mark Campbell and Carson Campbell, a father-son combo. So Mark, father, over here, Tower Side, sponsored by Pacific Supply, both, of course, from Olympia, Washington. Mark dialed in at 455. Son Carson, 469. So Carson gets the handicap on the spectator side, goes 007 red. Dad picks up the win at son's red light expense, 453, 154 miles an hour. And so Mark Campbell moving on to the next round. All right, so cars coming to the water box now. These are cars that lost in the first round, and how the program works. If you lose in the first round, you have the opportunity to buy back into the program. So these racers have bought back into the program and will now race to see who of all of those who have bought back will advance into the regular program. So we're going to start with Heather Hornell and Kevin Mccauley. Heather's driving the Sonoma, and Mccauley is in the old school 82 Cutlass. Cutlass dialed in at 755 to Heather's 735. So the black Cutlass is going to be leaving about 2/10 ahead on the handicap start. Here he goes.
But Heather goes red by 105.
So Kevin gets the win, goes 755 on his dial with a 9, 90 miles an hour. So Kevin Mccauley from Maple Ridge going to be going into the next round. That brings up a Dodge Dart and a Cutlass. Cutlass is Jason Mercer, Chestermere. So the Dart dialed in at 634 against Mercer's 737. So the handicap's going to go to the Cutlass, the silver Cutlass over on the spectator side. We'll leave the start line first. The handicaps or the dial-in are listed on the reader boards at the top end. Everybody's got green lights, almost identical reaction times as they motor down to the 8th mile with a wind light coming to the Dart. 636, 86 miles an hour. So the Dodge Dart moving on, taking out the Cutlass. Two more cars that lost in the first round, bought back here for the buyback. Brody Shirk and Lawrence DeRide. DeRide from Stettler, Alberta, the River Rat Camaro. It's a 67 Camaro, dialed in at 580. And Brody Shirk, Titanium, Bubba's sponsored, Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's Speed Shop, 67 Nova, dialed in at 531. So the Camaro gets the jump start on the Chevy 2. Win light for the Camaro, 583. 583, good to the win. 119 miles an hour against Brody's 531. 129 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Dustin Hunter and Andy Antle. Hunter in the 64 Ford Falcon. 572 is the time on the scoreboard. Andy Antle, 564 in that 65 F100 pickup. So 1/10 of a second handicap roughly. Going to the Falcon here on the tower side as he bumps in shallow, waiting for Andy. Andy's in. Here we go. Red light for Dustin Hunter. So he is out of here as Andy Antle runs 5:59 with a 722. Good to win. Going to the next round, Andy Antle. Jeff Whitworth now and John Taback. Whitworth 636. Taback 670. Whitworth from Nanaimo, Taback from Maple Ridge. Two pickups, both of them S10. One's from an 84 and one's from 89. John Taback's in the black 89. He'll be getting the handicap start. They both leave with pretty close reaction times. Pretty close. Win light goes to Jeff Whitworth. Taking out John Taback. Whitworth goes 6:37 on a 6:36 dial, so he was a little bit slower on the start line with an 0:19 against Tabac's 0:14, but a little closer to his dial with a 6:37 on a 6:36. So Jeff Whitworth going into the next round. Just another reminder for boxcars, if you are out first round and you want to buy back, this is your opportunity. It'll be a limited time only. Head over to the TNT trailer. Buyback is $120. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters. This is your call for eliminations. Junior Dragsters, bring them up. Thunder to lane number 1. Lightning, lane number 2. Junior Dragsters, elimination time. Bring them up. One thing about drag racing, with all the classes and all the different cars and everything else, you get some absolutely amazing matchups. Like, how about this one? Dodge Sonoma, or Chevy Sonoma, I should say, and a Carmen Ghia. That is not a matchup that you would necessarily roll off the tongue with. No, that's for sure. Heather Hornell over here, tower side. And Darren Sutton from Stettler in the 72 Carmen Ghia. Heather dialed in at 7:30. Darren, 6:20.
lap start going to the Sonoma of about a 1 second and a tenth. Keeping it green at the start. Decided at the stripe, it's the Carmen Gia, 628. 628, 99 miles an hour for Darren Sutton to move on to the next round. And here's Brian Vader from Langley in his 72 dart now. Gets a single with the odd number of cars. Throughout the day, you'll hear us talk about a buy run or, in some cases, a competition single. There is a significant difference. Buy run is where there's an odd number of cars and you, for whatever reason, are designated as a single. A competition single is when there was supposed to be an intended competitor in the other lane and for whatever reason they're not able to make it. So you are running in a competition single. Still the winner, but there was supposed to be somebody in the other lane. Brian Vader runs 642, 107 miles per hour.
See all the tow vehicles for the junior dragsters assembling at the start line, and you can see the cars themselves in the staging lanes as all the drivers are getting suited up, ready for their first round of eliminations. It's a harsh sport. 2 come to the line, 1 goes on, and 1 goes home. That's the way it works, or at least goes home until goes on the trailer until the next race. So we will be having junior dragsters roll around 2 categories, Thunder and Lightning. Thunder category, the slower of the 2 for drivers between the ages of 5 and 12. And then Lightning, once you're 13 years and older, you move up to that category and be in junior Lightning until you're 17, and then you age out of junior dragsters and move on to, hopefully, other categories and continue to race here at Mission Raceway. We've seen that happen with people like Carson Barlow and Emily Gerard and Sydney Jung and a few others who have started in junior dragsters and then continued to move up in the categories. We got roughly 20 junior dragsters here today. They all normally compete on race weekends as part of the Summit Junior Drag Racing Series. They collect points. There was a major event that took place just, I believe it was 2 weeks ago at Bristol, Tennessee, where hundreds of junior dragsters all assembled for championship runs, wallies, and points and cash and all sorts of good stuff that way. They take the program that they're in very, very seriously, and it teaches them many skills that go on to great use later in life. So it's not just about getting a nice car and going fast. There's all sorts of things you need to learn along the way, everything from sportsmanship to the technical side. So it is a great learning experience for all of these racers, and we always encourage them to continue in the program, and certainly the families are, it's a commitment for them as well. There has been the suggestion that if you want to get into the Junior Drag Racing League, you could probably do it for maybe $6,000 for a car and $1,000 for the gear. But in real terms, if you're looking to be competitive, it's going to cost you a whole lot more, because you'll need one of those snazzy looking tow vehicles, a golf cart of some sort, a tow rig, and then you need also something to get you to and from the racetrack. And so that's going to be a trailer, a hauler of something, depending on how many kids you have and how many cars you have. So it can add up pretty quickly, and it is a major commitment on the part of families who are going to commit to junior drag racing. And so we commend them. We really appreciate all of the families' efforts, everything they do to make the racing program so rounded and so complete. And we're going to kick things off here with the first pair. This is first round of eliminations, Junior Thunder, as we kick things off on the start line with Hunter Gallant over on the spectator side in the burnout box, and Oakley Rutherford over here on the tower side. Now Hunter, sponsored by MW Race Cars, BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tire, and tuned by Duda. Hunter from Chilliwack. Pay attention to the pits. Final call for any buybacks. That window is closing in 5 minutes, so final call for any buybacks. If you're in the pits wondering about whether you should buy back or not, well, that decision has been made for you. You only have 5 minutes. If you want to do it now. Alongside Hunter Gallant is Oakley Rutherford. Oakley from Wembley, Alberta. So just like the big cars, junior dragsters operate on a dial-in. The slower dragster gets the handicap start. $11.99 is the dial in for Oakley. Hunter, 12:20. 12:20. So he got the handicap start at the 8th mile stripe. Wind light comes on for Hunter. Goes 12:27. 12:27 with a 2. Hunter Gallant going on to the next round. And he takes out Oakley as Alex Green now and Emily White roll forward. Alex Green just recently picked up serious sponsorship from Iron Horse Truck Transfer Corporation and recently received a care package from Lucas Oil. He's in the green dragster, dialed in at 14:20. Emily over in the other lane will sit patiently watching Alex get closer and closer to that finish line, but Alex went red. So the wind light comes on for Emily automatically because of the red light. 9:09 is the time for Emily White at 70 miles per hour. Nine junior dragsters in the Thunder category as Ashton Katnick and Nate Green will be our next two contenders. Ashton Katnick, Maple Ridge's home. TK Performance over here, Tower Side. 13:97. 13:97 is the dial-in time. So he will have the handicap start over Nate Green. Nate from Mission, dialed in at 11:95. JBS Equipment and Papa Roach. So Nate Green waiting. They're both green on the start, so they'll head down, and it will be decided at the 8th mile stripe who gets there first. Wind light comes on for Nate. Nate goes 12:02 at 52 miles an hour. Good for the win. Attention to the pits. First call for box door buybacks. We need you in 5 and 6. Box door car buybacks. This is your call, 5 and 6. Bring them up. Alana Everett and Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence, the daughter of Daniel Rodrigue, joined the ranks of Junior Thunder this year. Alana Everett did her licensing earlier this year. Cadence picks up the win here. Goes 11:91 on an 11:90 dial, 52 miles an hour. And that brings up Adam Katnick. 8:96 is the time for Adam Katnick, 72 miles an hour. Lincoln Rutherford heading down track, 790 with a 5. 790 dial, 83 miles an hour, good for that win. Brings up Ciel Gagno, who has expressed a desire to go faster than Junior Lightning, a desire to maybe get into the A Fuel ranks. She's been hinting to her dad, Nate, that maybe when she turns 16, you know, might be a good idea to buy me a fuel dragster. Well, that would be a commitment. That would be quite something to see Ciel move up into those ranks. A fuel dragsters, very popular with the ladies. Seen lots of races where half the field is women against men. Ciel dialed in at 791. Against a 790, knew she had to cut the tree finally, and did. Had a reaction time of 0:05. Runs 796 with a 3. Manages to eke out that win against a 786. A quicker Aiden Katnick, but Aiden breaks out, so Ciel gets the win. Lexi Winterbottom now in Lincoln shirt. Lexi from Langley and Lincoln also from Langley. Junior dragsters continue their eliminations. First round. This is now Lightning. Lincoln dialed in 819. Lexi 822. So handicap to the blue and yellow dragster. Won't be able to see much of it, but it will be there. Wind light comes on for Lexi, goes 831, 77 miles an hour. So Lexi picks up the win. First round, goes into round number 2 against Lincoln. And that's going to bring up, sitting in the water box right now, Willie Oliver and Colton Warren. Colton, a 3-time Junior Thunder champion, won the championship in 2018, 2019, and 2020. He's even got a couple of Wallies from races in 2019. So Colton has a big thank you going out to the whole Warren family on behalf of all the other junior families for helping out in whatever way they could. So start line, go ahead for Willie Oliver to complete his burnout. Colton rolling forward in his brand new junior dragster. These cars dialed in 791, so it's a heads-up race off the start line. Whoever gets there first without going quicker will be your winner. Reaction times really come into play on a heads-up race like this. Colton taking his time, moving forward ever so carefully, wanting the stage as shallow as possible, give him a little extra room, a few more inches. You're set. Here we go. Green light comes on for Colton Warren. Goes 791 with a 6 on a 791 dial. 82 miles an hour. So Colton Warren taking out Willie Oliver and advancing into round number 2. That's going to bring up Emma Debris-Coos and Abigail White. Abigail White, Rookie of the Year in 2018. She's moved up the ranks ever since. Her younger sister Emily received Rookie of the Year in 2019, so their names are side by side on a trophy, which is that's pretty cool, right? She has plans for the future with the White family, including a couple of bigger cars, with Abigail being able to run Junior Street in a full-size car at some point. So Abigail dialed in at 8:05, and Emma 790. His dad in the Canada West Door Slammer Series. He's the champion for the Door Slammers 2021. Win light comes on for Abigail White. 8:19, 74 miles an hour. 8:19, 74 miles an hour. Abigail White picking up the win. And that's going to close out first round of Junior Dragsters, Thunder, and Lightning. You can see the tractors rolling, so we'll be down for just a few seconds, few minutes, while we do a little bit of track prep. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, or at least I am. I'm going to go have breakfast, lunch, and dinner all in one. But I'll practice portion control. So in the meantime, we're doing some track preparation. We'll be back with the next round of racing pretty quick here.
Well. Good afternoon, everybody. Here we are, well underway, day number 2 of the West Coast Classic here at Mission Raceway Park. Yes, it's me, Jimmy. So we're just making sure we've got all details attended to before we continue on here in the buyback round. Got box door cars coming around the corner momentarily. Big shout out to all the sponsors who support the Classic Series, and certainly this race here at Mission Raceway, the West Coast Classic. So we'll expand a little bit more on that as the day goes along. So I do hear race cars down there. Makes me think we got a pair coming around the corner here momentarily. So big congrats to yesterday's winner. Martin Rochelle goes all the way to take home the big check.
There he is.
All right, first pair rolling into the water. Tower side, little S10 pickup, Dwayne Ringeth will take on young Mr. DeYoung. Adam over in the right lane. Adam DeYoung in the right lane for TDS. Artex Barn Solutions, big supporters of this race, those two companies. Adam will be leaving second. He's dialed at 534. Dwayne Ringeth, tower side in the S10, dialed 660. TNT Motorsports, Pro One Safety, and FTI. The truck, literally a poster board for this race series. So a couple of green lights. Here comes the finish line. Dwayne Ringeth goes under. 58 on the 60. Had the starting line advantage. But DeYoung will move on. So Ringeth 13 on the tree. Adam DeYoung 39 at the finish line. The wind light was on in the right lane, so we'll see Adam DeYoung coming back for round number 2. Dragster buybacks. This is your call to the staging lanes. Dragster buybacks, come on down to the lanes. Dragster buybacks to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, dragster buybacks. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take dragster buybacks to lanes 5 and 6. Jan Christensen with the wind light over Dave Beck. Beck was a bunch red on the starting line, and, well, that was the end of his race. Jan Christensen just raced his way back into round 2, so we'll see him back. 547 on the 546. Not bad. Now George LeBlanc and Al Quigley. Quigley in the right lane. Couple of 5-second cars. Quigley, the quicker of the two, dialed at 526. George LeBlanc with a 561 on the window. It's Chevy versus Ford. Oh no. That's what George is going to say when he sees his time slip. But, hey, it kind of worked out. So George LeBlanc, well, his reaction time wasn't so good. 1.032. Quigley was deadly. 003, but then runs it out 524 with a 2 on the 526. LeBlanc will be back in round 2, and he'll be feeling fortunate, I'm sure, to be there. Quig is done for the day. Now Jay Saverson and Andy Hatton. This one's going to Jay. Jay sees that Andy was nowhere to be found. It was 5:23 on the 497, had an 083 light, but, well, that was better than Hatton's. Hatton was 2:15. Not sure what happened to Andy. I know he had tranny trouble yesterday. They went through the tranny in the green Camaro last night. Thought it was good to go. At least that was the impression I was under, but now he shows up in the Nova for round one, so... Derek Shirk, Tower side. Check out the 55 Bel Air. Cool looking car. Dialed 458. Richard Love with a 693 in the S10 in the right lane. Almost 2.5 seconds slower, but he's moving on. Shirk turns it red by 9 thou. Richard Love says, thank you very much. I'll take that. Goes 690 on the 93 dial, so it was well under. So interesting round of buybacks that we've seen so far. Lots of big upsets, lots of surprising results. Especially when you get to stand in front of the computer screen and watch the data play out in real time. So we'll continue on with this buyback round. 4 box cars here momentarily. I believe we are out of door cars, so we'll roll into the dragster portion of this round. So again, just finishing up the buyback round here on the Saturday portion of the West Coast Classic. Round 2 will follow. That's not all that far away. So a little bit of a heads up, if you wish, or standby call for double entered no box cars, along with the single entered ones, as they'll be getting called shortly. So by the sounds of it, we've got our 4 buyback dragsters in the lane, so we should be seeing, well, the first half of them come around the corner momentarily. Here we go. Well, they tricked me. I heard a car running back there. I was pretty sure they were coming around the corner, but I guess not. But it'll happen quick. Maybe now they're coming. I hear cars again. So the shootout's coming up tonight. The Total Dairy Solutions, now 32-car box shootout, along with the Chop My Rate, now 16-car no box shootout. Those will, of course, start after the completion of the main event. So, got a couple of dragsters in the lanes. On the track, actually. Burnouts are done. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box doubles. No box doubles will take you to the lanes. Lanes 3 and 4 for no box doubles. Once again, no box double entries. This is your call to the staging lanes. No box double entries to lanes 3 and 4, please. So Mike Crozer and Jenna Michaud. Jenna in the right lane. The quicker of the two. Well, might be the quickest car on the property. Dialed 424. Crozer dialed 452 over here in the tower lane. Four bulbs lit. Here we go. Let go. It's over. Jenna Michaud is going around number 2. 14th thou red for Mike Crozer in the left lane. So again, no box doubles. No box doubles. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. No box doubles to lanes 3 and 4. No box singles. Your call coming up here in just a moment. Well, next pair got the burnouts done. They're ready to stage them up. We are going heads up. How about that? Dave Senio and Dwayne Ringeth. Oh my. Again, we decided back here on the starting line, Dave Senio, 6th thou red, Dwayne Ringeth, moving on with the dragster. And James Rutherford with the bye here in the buyback round. So he's an automatic winner. As soon as he stages the car, we'll see him back in round number 2. Oh, my mistake. Amber Rutherford has the bye over there in the right lane. 567 is the prediction. Well, how about that? She was a little snoozy on the starting line with a 001 light. That's not going to get you far. And 569 with a 6 on the 567 prediction. So that'll do it for the buyback round. We have now established everybody who gets to participate in round number 2.
Okay, we'll take singles, Johnny. You gotta go. All right, thanks, John Taback. Good to have you back up in the booth at a Classics race. First time in Mission. Not his first time up here, but first time at the West Coast Classic. Attention in the pits. We'll take our single entries of no box up for round 2 to 5 and 6, please. Single entries, no box. Round 2, 5 and 6.
So I want to thank John for stepping into the breach. John, thanks very much. Appreciate it. I had to go out and get some sustenance. Wasn't near faint or anything like that, but you know what they say. You got to keep hydrated, and you got to do something. So I went and did something. Chicken strips and fries at the Half Track Snack Shack. It's a winner. It's a winner. Check it out. I got in just in time, too. After I got mine, there was a huge lineup. I just walked up and got mine, but right after that, boy, oh boy, it got busy at the Half Track Snack Shack. You have to end up killing some time by going over to the Pro Shop, which would also be a good thing to do. They got all kinds of ice cream there. They have chocolate bars. They have chips there. So if you're looking for just a little pick-me-up, a little snack, a little something to tide you over, head over to the Pro Shop. They've got all kinds of good stuff there for you, along with all the souvenirs that you need for whatever purpose you desire. Everything in the Pro Shop, from apparel to headgear to, let's see, they got jackets. Well, no, I'm not sure if they got jackets this year. I need a jacket, but they haven't got any. They got hoodies. They got die-cast cars and stickers and pins and glassware and all sorts of good stuff like that. They always have some surprises, too. So when you have a chance today, before you leave Mission Raceway, make sure that you trundle over to the Pro Shop and check out all the good stuff that they have there. Grab yourself a souvenir. So we are just awaiting no box buybacks to get back into the staging lanes. I see them starting. They'll be assembled and brought around for racing. As we continue in the program, the first annual West Coast Classic. This race presented by Rad Torque and Tristan Plumbing. Two cars in the water box, Ryan Johnstone. Ryan in the Corvette, sponsored by Investors Group. List's home base is Manitoba. Such a regular runner here, though, you almost think that he lives here. Maybe the car is based there. I got to stop and ask him about that. 63 Corvette, Nasty Fish sponsored, 569 dial. In the other lane, Dustin Ward in that 67 Dodge Dart. Dustin from Brenton, Washington, 633. He leaves first. We'll try and stay out in front of that Corvette. Here we go. Red light start for Dustin. 005 red, so hands the win over to Ryan. It was 565 with an 8, 121 miles an hour. So Ryan gets the win that round as Monty Beagle and Hank Vermeulen. Next pair to the line. Monty from High River and Hank from 70 Mile House. We got a 100 mile house, we got a 108 mile house, we got a 70 mile house. 33 Ford, Tower Lane. 71 Demon, Spectator. Bank is sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group. Does not pull out a win this round, though. Runs a 7:02 against Monty's 585. 585 for the 33 Ford, and that is good for the win. Here's the Rad Torque Plymouth of Jim Benke. Benke from Mission, 67 Cuda. Andy Antle from Lacklahash. His F100 vintage truck, 1965 vintage, that is. Wheels up for Jim Benke. Andy goes red. Green light, 637 for Jim Benke, 106 miles an hour. Here comes Dave Jung and Jason Mercer. Dave Jung dialed in 689, 776 for the car in the other lane, Jason Mercer. Oldsmobile Cutlass, 1984 vintage. Both cars pre-staged. Handicap will be going to the silver Cutlass. Red light start for Dave Jung, 008 red. So the win light, Jason Mercer picks up the win, 745, 91 miles an hour. Scott Winterbottom now and Brian Vader. Scott Winterbottom from Langley, Vader from Langley as well. 643 for Brian. And 598 for Scott. So Green Dart gets the handicap here. Wow, gets the handicap. Brian Vader gets the handicap win, 645, and Scott had a perfect reaction time, but was more off on the dial. Ran 609. On a 598 dial. So this is one of those times where what you did at the start line didn't actually help you at the finish line. So attention in the pits. We're going to take Junior Dragsters back into lanes 1 and 2, please. Bring them up for round 2. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. And looking out on the stripe, Jeff Whitworth on the brakes. Win light for John Tabac goes 674 to 101 miles an hour. Jeff Redlit, 004 red. I'm sure that John saw that and was basically running to his win light. Nonetheless, ran straight on his dial, 674 with a 4, 101 miles an hour. Here comes Casper, friendly goes. White Camaro, 67 Camaro. Stacy Commander, Sexsmith, Dylan Cairns, the other lane from Langley, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. It's an 85 Blazer. Blazer leads first. And it goes to the finish line because Stacy went red. So both cars break out at the end, but it was already a fait accompli as Dylan runs a 733, 93 miles an hour in the Blazer for the win because Stacy went red on the start line. Rolling into the beams now, Daryl Tippy and Lawrence DeRide. Lawrence from Stettler, Darrell from Surrey. Lawrence, the quicker of the two cars. That 67 Camaro dialed in at 581. So Darrell Tippy in the Chevy 2 will be leaving the line first. Camaro's going to sit patiently and then chase him down. So by way of explanation, what happened there is that just as those two cars were staging, the starter noticed something at the top end, and the safety crew was on the strip at the top end, so he was trying to be extra cautious. The red lights came on, but then the car in the spectator side, that's Lawrence DeRide, misread that and left, thinking it was a green light. I mean, remember, when you get to the start line and you're that far along, you're pretty keyed up, so you're just waiting for your time to leave. So it was just a confluence of very, very confusing time there, because we saw something at the top end. You don't want to send cars down the racetrack if, in fact, there's something happening at the top end. Turns out they had seen some sort of liquid on the track. They were inspecting it, and so we will rerun that pair. It is one of those unfortunate things that we'll just have to get those two cars back in the staging lanes and rerun them. It's always a situation of better safe than sorry. Junior Dragsters all getting set in the staging lanes for round number 2 of their eliminations. Thunder will be in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2, just as we sort out the top end situation and make sure there is nothing on the racing surface. So while we have the opportunity and it's quiet out there, once again, always worth giving a shout out to all the good folks who are sponsoring this event, the West Coast Classic, the first annual West Coast Classic. Here at Mission Raceway, it's the second of a 3-race series that takes place throughout the summer here, 2022. First event happened at the end of June in Edmonton at the Radtorque Raceway. This race here at Mission is the second of 2, as I say, and the third race will be taking place at Medicine Hat's drag strip at the end of August. This series is sponsored by Radtorque Systems, the world's leader in torque guns for all applications. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, Lower Mainland's largest commercial plumbing and heating company. ChopMyRate.ca, the top-tier lending company for all sorts of borrowing. And, of course, our live feed sponsor, if you've been watching or are watching us on YouTube, JBS Equipment. We want to thank also the great folks at Valley Tech for providing their technical assistance for all of our live feeds and a growing library of video events here at Mission Raceway. Check them out on YouTube at MRP Lordco TV. NGK, NTK Performance is an associate sponsor. The industry leader in spark plugs, modules, sensors, and more. This is Bracket Racing Elite, Hoosier Tire West, Competitive Suspension, George's Classic and Custom Auto, Mona LaHaye Remax Elite, Modified Welding and Fabrication, Royal Projects, the Old Car Center, Bracket Life Brand, and JS Power Sports. All those good folks providing sponsorship funds for this, the first annual West Coast Classic at Mission Raceway. Cars lit up again. We're set to go. Darren Sutton and Craig Johnson are in the water box. So Darren Sutton, driving that 74 Carmen Ghia from Stettler, has 620 on the window. Craig Johnson, driving the Johnson's Custom Exhaust 79 Malibu, got 684 on the window. So the handicap will be going to the station wagon. Here at the stripe, it's a win light for Craig Johnson, 686, 95 miles an hour. So Johnson's Custom Exhaust taking that Malibu grocery getter into the next round. Burnouts complete for the Cutlass and the Dodge Dart. Dodge Dart over here, tower side. 638 on the window against Kevin Mccauley's 755. So Mccauley will be first out of the box, heading to the 8th mile stripe. They're pre-staged. Here we go. Mccauley's in, and we are now set. Tree comes down. And Mccauley goes red. Double 03 red. And win light, obviously, for the Dodge Dart, 634, 108 miles an hour. This pairing now, Monty Beagle in his Flash 33 Ford, and Loren Schwartz in the other lane in the 83 Monte Carlo. Carlo slower of the two, 644. Beagle 577. goes red. 005 on the tree, but on the red side. So Lorenz goes 646 with a 7, 104 miles an hour for the win. So, just a moment here while we make the rerun from the beginning of this round where we had the finish line crew see something and that prevented the run from happening. So we're just waiting for the Camaro that made the run to come back around into the staging lanes. Daryl Tippy is already there, and he awaits, so we'll have that rerun to finish off this round of action. Attention in the pits. We need all these people upstairs, please. Third floor of the timing tower. Scott Winterbottom, James Rutherford, Richard Love, Ted Buss, Dalton Guerrero, Mike Robinson, Carson Campbell, Andy Hatton, Heather Hornell, and John Taback. We need all of you upstairs for prizes. So James Rutherford, Scott Winterbottom, Richard Love, Ted Buss, Dalton Guerrero, Mike Robinson, Carson Campbell, Andy Hatton, Heather Hornell, and John Taback. All of you, if you heard your name, could you please come to the third floor of the timing tower? And unlike being called to go to the principal's office, this is good. This is good stuff. Attention in the pits. Box door car double. We need you to 3 and 4. Box door car double. And you know who you are. We need you in lanes 3 and 4, please.
Thank you.
Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We'll get our rerun car back to the lanes, please. Can we get our no box rerun car back to the lanes?
So in case you're keeping track, what we are waiting for is the River Rat Camaro. River Rat Camaro needs to be coming around the bend, under the bridge, to do the rerun against Daryl Tippy so that we can complete that round of action. So we are just awaiting for the River Rat. And then we're going to go into Junior Dragsters, and it will be their second round of competition. I mentioned the juniors while they are all in the staging lanes. This is an announcement directed to all of the junior dragster racers. It is pizza movie night. Hooray! Not right now. Not right now. It will be later after eliminations. And it's going to be at the Max Fox building after the junior finals. So pizza and movie night after the junior finals. So lucky you, all of the junior dragster racers and family and teams. It's pizza and movie night. I can't imagine how much pizza that is going to be. Wow. All righty, here we go. Lawrence Deride from Stettler and Daryl Tippy. This was the match at the beginning of this round that had resulted in some confusion at the start line, and so it's a rerun. Burnout's complete. Ride from Stettler in the 67 Camaro that he calls River Rat. 581 is the dial-in. Box door car singles. We need you to lanes 5 and 6 for your next round. Box door car singles, lanes 5 and 6 for your next round. Bring them up. So Daryl Tippy 673 gets the head start out of the gate. They're off. Both with green lights. At the stripe, win light, River Rat, 584 with a 6, 119 miles per hour. Lawrence Deride picks up the win, 584 with a 6, 119 miles an hour. So here we go. We're getting set now for junior dragsters. So burnout complete for Emily White. Emily over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. spectator side. From Mission, sponsored by Pioneer, Lordco, TNT, and Walco. By run, odd number of cars in this round for Thunder. So Emily runs a 9:10, 9:104, 69 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Adam Katnick and Cadence Rodriguez. Green here. Cadence getting the head start. Not able to stay out in front, runs too quick actually. Adam goes 898, 72 miles an hour. So Adam Katnick picks up that round win. Takes the TK Performance Junior Dragster into the next round. Here comes Hunter Gallant and Nate Green now. So win light comes on for Nate Green, 12:04, 53 miles an hour, taking the white junior dragster into the next round as we roll up into the lightning category. Ciel Gagno and Lincoln Rutherford, our first pair. Ciel over here, tower side. And Lincoln, the orange and black dragster from Wembley, Alberta. He is on the Lordco side. Spectator side of Raceway. 790 is the dial against the 793, so pretty much a heads-up race as far as you can tell, unless your eyes can detect 3/100ths of a second. Red light start for Ciel, turning the red on and making Lincoln winner of this pair. 788, 83 miles an hour. So Lincoln Rutherford advancing into the next round. As the next pair will be Colton Warren. Colton Warren and Abigail White. Colton is over here tower side, 790 with a dial-in. And Abigail, 805 on the Lordco side. Green light comes on for Colton Warren, 792, 82 miles an hour. So Colton Warren moving on into the next round, taking out Abigail White. Lexi Winterbottom now gets all staged up. So Lexi runs 8:29, 78 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for round number 2 of Thunder and Lightning. We'll take a quick moment or two to do a little bit of track maintenance, make sure that everything is up to snuff. Good opportunity to maybe head into the pits for a few minutes or head over to the concession stand. There's cars coming up in the staging lanes, fast box cars that we will be seeing momentarily, but first we want to do just a little bit of track preparation in advance of them hitting the track. So once again, we want to thank everybody for joining us. All of you race fans, thanks for spending some time with us here on this Saturday afternoon for the first annual West Coast Classic. This race presented by Rad Torque and Tristan Plumbing and Heating. And we have got lots more racing action coming at you for the rest of the afternoon. So just hang tight while we do just a little bit of track prep.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
I hear cars fired up. If you're not in the stands as yet, I'd certainly be making my way to the stands as we are getting set for the next round of eliminations, and it looks to be box door cars. Once again, if you weren't here earlier and are unfamiliar with the terms, we call it box, no box. Box, of course, referring to electronics. If you have electronics, whether that's a delay box, a timer of some sort, or whatever you got, it goes into the electronics category, and that means that you are running in box. We have box door car and box dragster. Speaking of box dragster, attention, we'll take you now into lanes 5 and 6. Box dragster, need you in lanes 5 and 6. We got Jan Christensen and Otto Schulte. So Jan Christensen in the 67 Nova power side, and Otto Schulte in the 2005 Cavalier. Still cruising, he says. Retired driver from Black Creek, BC, in that winning Cavalier, normally running in the Canada West Door Slammers Series. Handicap going to Christensen. Win light to Schulte. Schulte goes 482 with a 4 at 143 miles an hour for the win. And that brings up Martin Rochelle, another index runner from Super Combo and those kinds of classes. Full of electronics. Amber Rutherford in the other lane from Wembley. Amber dialed in at 571. The quicker of the two cars will have Martin lead first. At the stripe, great reaction time got him there first. 004 reaction time for Martin Rochelle. He goes 638 for the win, 104 miles an hour. Amber running 568. Trying to catch him, goes under the dial. George LeBlanc and Dan Parsons now. Parsons has 679 on the window. The Powell River runner, quality racing duster. It's all green as LeBlanc and Powell head to the 8-mile stripe with George LeBlanc picking up the win, 563, 121 miles an hour. James Kennedy rolling forward now, and Adam DeYoung. Adam driving that 67 Camaro with 536 on the window as the dial-in. Gets to lead first. They're both green. James Kennedy is in pursuit. Does not get around Adam, who goes 538 for the win, 122 miles an hour. So Adam takes that Camaro to the next round. Anglia time, 48 Anglia from Edmonton. Eddie Plaisir. 6:42 is the dial-in time. And Brian Ritchie in the other lane, 5:08. So the Black Chevelle, the quicker of the two cars. The Anglia will be getting the handicap start. Both cars pre-staged now, getting set to break the stage beams and activate the tree. Virtually identical reaction times, and it's the Anglia that gets there first with a 6:45 and a 6:42 dial, 111 miles an hour. So Eddie Plaisir advancing into the next round. Here comes Ted Buss. He's driving that Roadster, the 34 Ford. And Jay Severson's driving the 98 Dakota. Here, fast-moving pickup. Dialed in at 497, so the quicker of the two is on the tower side here. Ted Buss will be leaving the start line first. Severson is in pursuit. They're straight down the groove at the stripe. It's Jay Severson, 497, 137 miles an hour. For the Mission runner. He takes that JS Power Sports Dakota into the next round as Chris Mann and Mike Robinson will be coming up to the line. Mike Robinson got 5.80 on the scoreboard, and Chris has 5:44, so 0.4 of a second handicap start will be going to the Roadster. Well, the wind light comes on for the Maverick. The Flatliner Maverick goes 6:42 at 119 miles an hour for the win. John DeYoung loping into the water box. '68 Camaro doing a substantial burnout, while Richard Love sits in the water box, patiently waiting. All these drivers do know the routines of the other drivers, and so you don't want to be too early or too late. You just sort of plan your time to the start line accordingly. John DeYoung just getting back, making a few more adjustments, and then he'll stage up. So 4:49 is the time for John DeYoung against a 6:92 for Richard Love. Pickup will be having a substantial handicap start. John will have to be patient, sit there, and wait for his green. He was certainly patient. Can he catch him, though? He does. Runs right around him. 4:49 was the dial-in. He runs 4:50 at 142 miles an hour, so very close to the dial-in. Reaction time 0:15, so very nice. Okay, next up, you can see him rolling to the start line. Box Dragsters now. Dragsters with some electronics, obviously controlling the run down the 8th mile in this particular case. All racing to the 8th mile this weekend. Mark Campbell. Braden Ashitwam. Braden from Beaumont. Ashitwam from dialed in at 459. Mark Campbell, 455. Olympia, Washington is home for the Dragster here on the tower side. 4/100ths of a handicap start. Going to Braden over on the spectator side in the Lordco lane. He stays. They're both stays. Close reaction times. Win light goes to Braden. 4:59 on a 4:59 dial. As a matter of fact, it's 4:59.0. So great reaction time. And he gets to go into the next round. Kelly Voss now and Dalton Guerrero. Dalton from Leduc. Kelly Voss, Pitt Meadows. Handicap will be going to Kelly Voss here on the tower side. Once again, reaction times virtually identical. Green light comes on over on the Lordco lane for Dalton Guerrero. And next up is going to be Steve Horn and Dwayne Réjean. All kinds of technical gear on these cars. You can see on Steve Horn's car, it's actually a blower car. He's dialed in at 431 against Dwayne's 454. So Lordco lane will be leaving first by about 0.2. On for Steve, 433 on a 431 dial, 168 miles an hour. So Burnaby runner will be heading into the next round as that brings up the next pair, Chris Crozier and Chevy Reeves. Chris over here, tower side. He's from Leduc, or at least Leduc County. And Chevy from Edmonton, so a couple of Alberta runners together. 457. Dial in for Chris at 451 for Chevy. Win light comes on for Chevy Reeves. Goes 451.1 as Chris goes too quick and under his dial. Ran a 455 on a 457. Comes Dan Provost now and Jenna Michaud. Jenna, home base is Edmonton, and Dan Abbotsford. Attention in the pits, no box. We need you to lanes 5 and 6 for round 3. No box. Lanes 5 and 6 for round 3. Dan Provost gets the win 431 with an 8 on a 431 dial. 161 miles an hour. Provo's taking the Rad Torque Systems dragster into the next round. Jenna Michaud ran a 426, 169 miles an hour. Dave Rutherford brings the probe into the water box. Let's stand corrected, James. So James coming back from the burnout. James runs a 4.80, 140 miles an hour, 480 with a 3 on a 480 dial on a rail. James Rutherford. Last pair this round, Justin Bond and Jan Christensen. Bond finishing the burnout in the dragster. Jan doing his now in his Chevy 2. Plate tires warmed up and cleaned. .549 is the dial for the Chevy Nova against the dragsters 443, so we'll see El Gringo leave first. And that dragster will be in hot pursuit. To get around the Nova, it does. 446, 147 miles an hour. So Justin Bond advancing into the next round. Christensen knew he had to keep his foot in it. Ran under the dial. Ran a 548 on his 549 dial. So tried to stay with it just a little bit longer than he really could have. Justin Bond, though, 446 on a 443 dial, still had something in it, had a reaction time of 005. So spot on the Christmas tree. And that'll do it for that round. back into the no box category. Cars with no electronics. Kick things off with Jim Benke and Ryan Johnston. Benke, he's in the Rat Tour Plymouth Barracuda. Johnston is in the Nasty Fish 63 vet. So the vet dialed in at 566. Benke 637. That means, of course, Barracuda's going to leave first. Winlight goes to the vet. Has a 001 reaction time. This is one of those times where Benke was not on the tree. His reaction time is 084. But Johnston, 001, just one thou away from a perfect reaction time. Goes 573 at 110 miles an hour to advance into the next round. That brings up the River Rat, Lawrence DeRide and Dustin Ward. Ward is driving that Dart near Towerside. He's from Renton, Washington, whereas that Camaro from Stettler, Alberta. So the win light comes on for Dustin Ward as Lawrence DeRide goes too quick, trying to stay ahead. Ran at 582 on a 584 dial. Not good. Win light comes on for Dustin Ward, who's dialed in at 638 and runs a 642. That's going to bring up John Tabak and Brian Vader. Vader in the 72 Dart with 644 on the dial-in, and John Tabak 676, so he has 10 moves first. And at the 8th mile stripe, back on the brakes, win light goes 643 on a double breakout. Vader wins it, 643 at 106 miles an hour. John Tabak 673, and that was under 2, but more under than Vader. No box. No box. Round 3. We are missing one car. You know who you are. We need you up in lanes 5 and 6. No box. We need you in the staging lanes. We're missing you. Feeling bad, but we'll run without you. So the little 33 Ford here Towerside has 579. Quicker of the two, Jason Mercer, 746. Gets the lead first. Everybody was okay at the start. Nice and patient. Win light comes on for Beagle. Monty Beagle goes 582.7 for the win, 111 miles an hour. bit of sorting. It's important, obviously, that everybody have the opportunity to run, and there was one car that we were trying to ascertain whether they had worked their way through the field to be in this round, and that is now sorted, and we'll complete this round of racing. Cars coming underneath the bridge as we speak. Attention in the pits, Junior Dragster. We need you back to the lanes for your next round of competition. Junior Dragsters, bring them up. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. All right, in the water box right now, Craig Johnson in the Johnson's Custom Exhaust Grocery Getter station wagon. They say they've had that car for a long time. It's been in the garage for quite some while. Decided to bring it out. And in the other lane, Dylan Cairns is driving that titanium Auto Group sponsored 85 Blazer. So I know what you're thinking. It's going to be a hard toss-up. Who is going to get the handicap here, the station wagon or the Blazer? Well, interestingly enough, it will be the Blazer. 735 is the dial. 684 is the dial for Craig Johnson in the wagon. So Blazer moves off the line first. Reaction times from both drivers. Blazer gets the win, 738 on a 735 dial, so Dylan will be happy. That whole team takes the Blazer into the next round, 93 miles an hour. And Loren Schwartz will round out this round of eliminations. 83 Monte Carlo. So you know that there is a 32-car shootout that is going to take place later this afternoon. 2 spots have become available. 2 spots are available for the 32-car shootout. If you are so inclined, check out the trailer for TNT. Apparently there's nobody in the trailer anymore. They are upstairs, 3rd floor of the tower. So that's where you need to go if you want to get one of those 2 spots for the 32-car shootout. So Lorenz on the solo pass goes 645. So it's right on his dial, 645.9 at 106 miles per hour. And we have called Junior Dragsters. You should be in the staging lanes. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. I talked about this earlier in the day. Not sure how many of you were here at that time, but when we're talking about the Junior Drag Racing League, this is something that has grown by leaps and bounds over the last couple of decades. It started by a racetrack owner in the United States who was looking for something for his children to do while the racing was on, and if there was a way that they could get involved in racing. I believe it was at Norwalk where they came up with the idea of building these little race cars for the family to get involved in racing and keep the kids occupied and learning something in the process. So out of those small seeds, the NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League was born. It offers kids anywhere from 5 years of age all the way up to 17 the opportunity to experience the thrill of drag racing. It's always like a regular race in a controlled environment, so they are learning things every time they come to the start line. A lot of the Camping World pros have come out of the junior leagues, people like Erica Enders, Sean Langdon, J.R. Todd, Leah Pruitt. That's just a few of the names that have started their careers in junior dragsters and then moved up into the pro ranks, where they are now some of the leading pros on the Camping World NHRA circuit. They say the starting cost of a basic junior dragster is about $6,000, but trust me, I've talked to a lot of the families, and by the time you put in your push cart and your trail rig and your whatever it is that you need to get the car to the racetrack and the fuel and the motor tune-ups and everything else, it can be well in excess of $6,000, but it is nonetheless a wonderful family exercise, keeping everybody involved, and the commitment is second to none in that regard. There was a major Summit Junior Drag Racing League event in Bristol, Tennessee just 2 weeks ago, and hundreds of cars attended. So this is always something that the young people and team members, the families involved, take very, very seriously. It's not sort of a hobby or pastime. So if you have a chance, when you're walking through the pits, by all means, do take a look at the junior dragsters. It's always amazing to me how much detail has gone into the creation of these cars, right from the paint job to a lot of the metal work that is a part of the racing car. So it's really something to behold. Do check it out when you wander through the pits. We have had a number of racers. You know, when I talk about the ones who have gone into the pro categories that started in junior drag racing, well, we've had a lot of racers here in Mission that have started their careers in junior dragsters and then gone up to full-size cars, and it's great to see the legacy continue. So we'll have junior dragsters on track in just a few more minutes. I hear junior dragsters fired up onto the bridge. Here they come. We're going to start off with the bye run for Nate Green. Part of the Green Brothers Racing team, Nate and Alex. Pay attention in the picks. Box door cars. Box door cars. We need you to the lanes 5 and 6, please. Box door cars, this is your call. Lanes 5 and 6. As Nate Green gets set to make his bye run here in this round, round number 4. Actually, round 3. Nate runs through the 8th mile, 11:95. 11:95 at 53 miles an hour. So Nate is going to face one of these two. Will it be Emily White or will it be Adam Catney? So Adam from Maple Ridge, Emily from Mission. Adam over here, Tower side, dialed in at 894, Emily at 909. Who makes their way into the final round against Nate Green? Light comes on for Adam Catney. Goes 894 with a 5 on an 894 dial, 73 miles an hour. So Adam Catney makes his way into the final up against Nate Green. We will see them a little bit later on this afternoon. That will be our final for Junior Thunder. That brings us up to round number 3 of Junior Lightning. And once again, it's a 3-car field with one car getting a bye run. In this particular case, we start with the pair, and that is Lexi Winterbottom and Lincoln Rutherford. Lexi is from Langley, sponsored by Bowtie Ventures and Hobo Racing. Lincoln Rutherford from Wembley, Alberta, 790 is the dial. The quicker of the two, Lexi, 828. So Lexi in blue and yellow dragster leads first. On and off the throttle, it sounds like, and it's a 798 win for Lincoln Rutherford. 798.9, 77 miles an hour. Colton Warren will go through for his bye run now to go into the final against Lincoln. And Colton goes 792 with a 2, 83 miles an hour. And so Colton and Lincoln Rutherford will be your finalists in the Lightning category. And they'll be coming back later on this afternoon to run their finals. Do a little bit of track prep now and get ready for the next round of action.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
In the pits, we are getting ready to run box door cars, but we are missing a couple of cars. We need you to the staging lanes, 5 and 6, please. Box door cars, bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6, please. So, attention in the pits. We need some people to come on up to the third floor of the timing tower. Scott Winterbottom, Craig Johnson, Mark Campbell, and Andy Hatton. We need you gentlemen to head up to the third floor of the timing tower, please. We're just getting cars staged up in the staging lanes, getting ready for next round of actions. The track looks to be in great shape. Tractors out there doing a little bit of rub, a little massage, as we constantly monitor the track for its racing performance and make sure that it's sticky in all the right spots and not slippery in any spot. We return to racing with cars coming out of the water box. That is Adam DeYoung in the 67 Camaro. Sponsored by TDS, Total Dairy Solutions, Artex Barn Solutions against Martin Rochelle. From Surrey in the Malibu. Martin dialed in 637. Remember, we're fighting the 8th mile right now. 536 for Adam. It'll be decided at the stripe, and it's Adam DeYoung who gets the win. Goes 536 with a 6. On his dial, dead on with a 6. 128 miles an hour. That's going to bring up George LeBlanc and Otto Schulte. Schulte, a host of sponsors, a bevy of suppliers of funds for his racing enterprise. Georgia Straight Collision, Rondex, Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, and Lordco, all placing their financial support with Otto Schulte, the Blue Cavalier, over on the Lordco lane, dialed in at 481. Over here, George's Classics and Customs. Well, he's doing it himself. George LeBlanc from Creston, BC, in the 66 Chevelle. They are staged and ready to go. Handicap going to the Chevelle. Here comes Otto Schulte in hot pursuit of that Chevelle. Able to get around him. Goes 482 at 144 miles an hour. So Otto Schulte moving on into the next round. As Jay Severson and John DeYoung. So Jay Severson sitting in the water box. JS Power Sports, 98 Dakota. Dialed in at 497. Yeah, I was going to prepare you. Expect a longer burnout from John DeYoung, right? 449. His 68 swoopy Camaro, once again sponsored by Artex, TDS. Running that car in the Door Slammer Series as well as Pro Mod, John DeYoung as his son in the 67 Camaro. He's in the 68 Camaro. So handicap will be going to Jay Severson in the pickup, but it's not going to be much. We're looking at about 0.5 of a second. Jay is going to have a head start on the Camaro, but that Camaro is going to work hard to catch him. They are off, and here comes that Camaro right around him. Goes 452 at 144 with a reaction time of 0:14 against Severson's 0:38. John DeYoung was going to be hard to beat. 452, 144 miles an hour. So John DeYoung moving on into the next round is James Rutherford and Eddie Plaisir complete their burnouts. James Rutherford is in the 96 Probe. 480 is the dial in. Attention in the pits, box dragsters. We need you to 5 and 6. Box dragsters, we need you to 5 and 6. Bring them up, box dragsters, 5 and 6. So the great looking Anglia from Edmonton, 48 Anglia, will pop the front wheels a little bit. Got the wheelie bars set. Eddie Plaisir driving that thing. 645 is the dial in. 480 for James Rutherford. So big handicap start going to the Anglia as he'll lead way first. And here comes James. Wow, slowest reaction time, 0:19, but that was good enough for the win as James Rutherford gets there with a 481, 139 miles an hour. Eddie breaking out, trying to stay ahead. James Rutherford picks up the win, advances into the next round.
Well, there, Jerry. How we making out, buddy?
Doing all right, you know. Doing just peachy.
Awesome day here at Mission Raceway Park for day number 2 of the West Coast Classic. Doesn't get much better than this.
Boy, I was out getting a lunch, and I thought it was going to be super, super hot, but nice cool breeze out there, so just as manageable even for somebody like me.
Absolutely. Started out kind of like yesterday, a little bit on the cloudy side, but yesterday the clouds hung on pretty strong. Today they bowed down and disappeared quite quickly.
Yeah, I was watching online, and I noticed that why is it so cloudy? It seems cloudy most of the day, and I thought, well, it seems supposed to be warm there, but then I was looking at the wrong temperature because it wasn't always the temperature that it actually was. It was in a nicer than 14 degrees. So,
yeah. What temperature is that? what around here is 14 degrees Celsius right now?
We're not sure where that is, but we're looking into it.
Maybe the fridge that needs replacing or something?
It could be. It could be. You just never know.
Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box. No box. This is your call to the lanes. No box. Come on down for round number 4. No box to lanes 5 and 6, please. No box. Come on down. Lanes 5 and 6.
So you feel like handling a few of the runs here?
Certainly.
There you go. All right. I'll turn it over to John DeBack.
All right, Jerry. Have a well-deserved little break. As I'm sure you're well aware, I've So battery's going dead in the microphone. Not quite sure how long that was dead. I was yakking away up. Two red lights. Giroux moves on. That completes round number 4. Round number 3. We'll roll into round number 4. Should have our no-box competitors in the lanes ready to go. We'll now make the call for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. So, junior dragsters, please start making your way to lanes 1 and 2. So, first pair rolls around the corner. No box door cars, round 4, here we go. Believe we'll be down to 6 cars. Dylan Cairns in the right lane for Titanium Automotive, the 1985 Blazer, dialed in at 7:37. Dustin Ward over here at Tower Side. 69 Dart dialed in at 6:47. Gen 3 Hemi under the hood with a carburetor on it. Seeing as I run a carbureted LS, I think that's pretty cool. Three bulbs lit, now we are in. And it goes to Dustin Ward. Ward, well, not at his best on the starting line, but he was green. And that's all he needed to be. Dylan Cairns turns it 23 thousandths red. Well, I just don't know what's going on out there. Ward was dialed 647 and actually managed to run 634. I cannot imagine he'd be holding 13 numbers. So next pair, just making sure the dials are right. Again, a little reminder, anybody that's in, that left side reader board can be a little bit hard to read. So if you are unsure, well, that's what the officials are there for. Just simply do not pre-stage your car. Someone will attend to you and we'll get it all straightened out and confirmed. So Monty Beagle in the right lane. Going to take on Brian Vader. Vader, 644 in the Dart. Beagle, his pretty little 33 Ford, says I'm going 579. We got 2 green lights. The race is on. Vader out in front trying to stay there. Here comes Beagle. Beagle gets it done. Dead one on the 579 dial. Vader nowhere near his 644 prediction. Winds up 653. Had the starting line advantage by 48 thou. Couldn't make it work up there. So Monty Beagle down to 3 cars. Ryan Johnson and Lorenz Schwartz. Johnson right lane, Lorenz in the left, and it is Ryan Johnson who advances to the round of 3 in no box. 68-0 on the 67 dial. Takes 18th thou at the stripe. Lorenz Schwartz done for the day. Shout out to anybody watching us online. Thanks for logging on. So starting line crew down there just winging the mops around, clearing off some rocks, trying to keep things clean and tidy. So it looks like we've got a semi-final round coming up for the Junior Dragster Shootout here today, all part of the West Coast Classic on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Down to just 4 cars, semi-final round. It's going to be Lincoln Rutherford against Adam Katnick, and it'll be Nate Green, and Colton Warren. So there's our 2 pairings making up our semi-final round. And that will, of course, just get us that much closer to the big shootouts taking place tonight. Whole bunch of cash on the line. Just in winner checks alone, $27,500. That's not counting the runner-up, semi, and quarterfinal money. It'll be a bunch more than that. $7,500 up for grabs, or for the winner, rather. Actually, well, let's take a second and add up the whole pot. So $6 grand, $6,750 times 2. So try to do some quick math here. This could take a while. So I'm thinking about $9 grand in the no box deal. up for grabs tonight. It'll be just 16 cars, 4 rounds. Big shout out to chopmyrate.com. If you're looking for some financing on an automobile, you definitely want to check them out. They'll find you the best deal they can. Also taking place tonight, 20 grand going to the winner in the TDS 32 car box shootout. So here we go. Colton Warren and Nate Green. Nate Green in the right lane. Dialed in 1190. Colton Warren with a dial-in of 791. Colton is going to have to be a very patient young man on the starting line. Just shy of 4 seconds will separate these two cars by the dials. By the time Colton's tree even starts to come down, Nate Green will have been driving down the track for over 2.5 seconds. So he's going to be well out there. This is all going to take place in front of Colton. Despite that, we get 2 green lights. How about that? Nate Green out in front. Here comes Colton Warren. Can he get there? Yes, he can. 791 with a 2 goes dead 2. To get there first by a bunch. Had the starting line advantage, 051 to a 134. Colton Warren is going to the final round. Nice job by Nate Green and Green Brothers Racing over there in the right lane. It's just not to be. On their behalf, we'll give a little shout out to JBS Equipment, Papa Roach, and Titanium Auto Sales. So Colton Warren will move on to the final round to face one of these 2 cars. Lincoln Rutherford over in the right lane. Dialed in at 790. He's going to go as fast as he's allowed to. Like, why wouldn't you? Adam Katnick, 891. Again, 2 green lights. Finish line says Lincoln, your winner. 91 with a 1 on the 90. Had the starting line advantage. So that sets up our final round. It's going to be Colton Warren and Lincoln Rutherford. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Box door car, electronics. This is your call to the staging lanes. Box door cars, this is your call to the lanes. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Box door cars to lanes 5 and 6. Bring them down. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Especially if your name is John DeYoung. You especially want to listen to this. John DeYoung, you have been chosen for the sit and wait bye. John DeYoung, you have the potential bye coming up here in round number 4. So starting line crew just doing a little maintenance to the surface out there. Laying down some of the good stuff. Again, we are looking for box cars to lanes 5 and 6. Box cars. We need you in lanes 5 and 6, please. So here we are at the first running here at Mission Raceway Park. The 2022 West Coast Classic, presented by Rad Torque Systems and 8 Tristan Plumbing and Heating, along with TNT Motorsports. Check them out at www.tntmotorsports.ca. So, featuring the Classics Shootout Series, presented by ChopMyRate.ca and Total Dairy Solutions. That's what we've got coming up in store for us tonight. Again, $20,000 winner check will be presented to the box winner. $7,500 winner check will get presented to the no box winner. So, Rad Torque Systems, the world's leader in torque guns for all applications. Rad, a major sponsor not only of this race and of this race series, but just about anywhere you look, you see the sport of drag racing being supported and furthered in many ways by the generosity and support of Dan Provo and Rad Torque Systems. So we're all pretty grateful for that guy and all that he does. Also, A. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, Lower Mainland's largest commercial plumbing and heating company. ChopMyRate.ca, top-tier lending company for all sorts of borrowing, not just automotive. But that would be, it's all part of the Titanium Auto Group. The live feed sponsor this weekend, JBS Equipment. Now we've got a number of associate sponsors, and seeing as we do have a few moments here, we'll use some of that time to acknowledge them. So NTK Performance, the industry leader in spark plugs, modules, sensors, and more. Check them out at ngksparkplugs.com. Also, This is Bracket Racing Elite, the choice of champions. Want to improve your on-track performance? Check out This is Bracket Racing Elite and be mentored by multiple-time world champion, big buck bracket race winner Luke Bokaki, along with Justin Lamb. Hoosier Tire West, the premier choice for drag racing and street tires on the West Coast. Check them out at HoosierTireWest.com. Also, competitive suspension, the best in high performance and basic application drag racing shocks. George's Classic and Custom Auto, based out of Creston, BC. Go to them for all your custom auto body needs, owned by racer George LeBlanc, who is here competing this weekend in his very much orange 66 Chevelle. Mona LaHaye Remax Elite, the premier Edmonton area real estate team in business for over 40 years, sponsoring some beautiful trophies for the junior racers this weekend. Modified Welding and Fabrication, custom fabrication based out of the Edmonton area. Racer Kurt Smith built the sweet custom-made trophies for all the 2022 Classic events. Royal Projects, big or small, they do it all. Pickers of all sizes and custom camp construction projects. Owned by racer James Rutherford with a new branch now open in Kelowna. Very cool. The Old Car Center, get you anything you need for your ride, based out of Langley. Bracket Life brand, they know bracket racing, based out of Ontario, but with a wide spreading reach, clothing made for bracket racers. And finally, JS Power Sports, your local high-performance know-how guys. They are the best in the West at making things go fast. So big shout-out to all the major sponsors, along with the associate sponsors. Races like this simply could not happen without their support, combined with all the work that Travis Ringeth does and TNT Motorsports, bringing big buck racing here to the Canadian West Coast. So this year expanded into a 3-race series. Starting with the Oil City Classic that took place in Edmonton just about a month ago. Well, let's make the call for box dragsters. I'll interrupt myself to do that. We'll now make the call for box dragsters. Box dragsters, bring them down. Lanes 5 and 6. So I was just talking about the 3-race series. We got the Oil City Classic, the West Coast Classic, and the Western Canadian Summer Classic. That, of course, will be taking place in Medicine Hat. Final weekend in August. So once more, huge shout out to everybody involved with the classics. All the hard work and effort, very much appreciated. Making our way here through day number 2. So we've got our round 4 box competitors all lined up behind the tower, ready to go. We've got our, well, those are our box door car competitors. Of course, we've got our box dragster competitors making their way here now as we speak, rolling in behind. So, track's looking good. Starting line crew giving us the thumbs up. We are ready to go. So, I believe they are just getting lane choice and so forth sorted out. Well, I'll take that back. There really shouldn't be any lane choice to sort out, as it gets sorted out as the racers arrive. And we are expecting just 7 cars to return for this round, so you heard me announce a little earlier that John DeYoung was picked for the sit and wait bye. Well, it looks like it's going to work out for him. He'll get a freebie. Unless, of course, somebody failed to show up. Hey, listen up out there, everybody. On either side of the track, either over here in the pits or maybe on the other side, we have a spectator in distress. Of course, I'm sure it'll all be our first reaction that we just want to help somebody, right? Because spectators that actually come to drag strips to spectate are pretty cool in our books. So we have somebody that needs a jump start. So if anybody's got a jumper box or a set of jumper cables and you're willing to help, we're not too clear on the details of who or where they are, but if you are willing to help, just come to the tower and I'm sure we can get you hooked up with the appropriate person one way or another. So again, spectator in distress. We need a jump start. So here we go, round 4. Box door car, first pair in the water. James Rutherford and Adam DeYoung. So Rutherford over here in the left lane. Dialed in at 480 for Royal Projects and Rebel Fitness. 96 Ford Pro, 632 cubic inches. Adam DeYoung. And the TDS Artex Camaro, dialed in at 536. I believe that's still a small block combination in that car. So a couple of green lights, and they're both pretty decent. Adam DeYoung gets it done. How about that? Dead 4 with a 20 light. Taking the stripe by 1 thou, baby. Wow, that was a drag race. Rutherford was 5 thou behind on the starting line, then comes up dead 0 at the finish line. 480 with a 0 on the 480 dial. Hey, listen up, no box. No box, we need you in the staging lanes. No box to lanes 5 and 6. So, Adam DeYoung winning a squeaker here in round number 4. Just 1 thou at the stripe while going dead 4 on the number. Good drag race right there. So here we go. It's going to be Dragster versus door car. Braden Achetois. Tower side. Dialed in at 459. Otto Schulte. In the Cavalier over there in the right lane. Dialed 481. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. 2 green lights. Dragster in charge, and he gets it done. Dead 8. Taking 31 thou at the stripe. Braden Achetois is moving on. Otto Schulte was 36 on the tree and in a lot of trouble at that point. Comes up 12 thou or 13 thou over. So I believe that's going to leave us with just 2 door cars upon the completion of this round. They both have the last name DeYoung. Of course, John hasn't actually run yet, but we did see Adam get through in some rather spectacular fashion. Now it's Chevy Reeves and Dalton Giroux. These two have raced each other many, many times, let me tell you. Wow, Dalton Giroux. 4 thou on the starting line to Chevy's 21 light at the stripe. He takes 4 thou to be 8 total. It's really, really, really tough to get around 8 total. Now John DeYoung in another Artex TDS sponsored Camaro. This one a little quicker though. Big blower underneath that scoop. 449 is the prediction on the freebie. 12 on the tree. That'll definitely work. 451 with a 7. So, John with an all-out run, some fresh data with which to move on to round number 5. Attention the pits, Junior Dragster finalists. Junior Dragster finalists, come on down. This is your call, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragster finalists. Bring them to the lanes, please. One more time, Junior Dragsters, come on down. So I believe we're down to just 3 cars in no box. I believe they are here. So, as I was saying, down to just 3 cars in no box. Ryan Johnston's got the bye, from what I understand. So, that's pretty cool. So, Ryan Johnston on, well, he's guaranteed at least $1,000. Plus quarterfinal money. So I would say mostly for the benefit possibly of anybody tuned in online who's not aware of the race structure. I would think most of the people on the property probably are. But so we're down to just 3 cars in no box. Obviously, 2 of them will advance to what would be the no-box final. However, that does not take place. Those final 2 cars that would make up the no-box final then get inserted into the box side of things at 8 cars or less. So basically, you win $1,000 for being one of those 2 cars. Plus, you're guaranteed what I believe will be $500 for quarterfinal money. So you're starting off at $1,500 to lose. You know, that's what you get paid to lose that round. So again, here comes Ryan Johnston. He's got the bye. He's the single for this round. Well, he momentarily shut the car off before the water box. He is refired right now, so just a little baby burnout, which makes me quite certain that he's just simply going to stage the car and activate the tree. You'll see his wind light on at the end of the track. And at that point, as far as the computer's concerned, he's won. There we go. Automatic finalist. So Ryan Johnson getting backed out of the way, and then we'll decide who will be the other finalist. It'll be one of these two guys here, Dustin Ward or Monty Beagle. Couple of tough customers. So Beagle will be the quicker of the two and is very cool looking 33 Ford. Not only does it look cool, it works good too. 578. The prediction for Monty Beagle in the right lane. Dustin Ward over here, tower side, 1969 dart. He's dialed in at 636. Dustin, first pre-stage. Monty slowly making his way there. Now he's in. Well, somebody's got to go first. Simultaneously, they light the bottom bulbs. So Monty Beagle is moving on to the round of 8. So Monty Beagle goes 021 on the tree, then gets a free look at the track as his wind light was already on with Dustin Warren going red. So he runs it all out, goes 577 with a 3 on the 578 dial. Dustin Ward wound up 638 on the 36 dial, but it was all for naught as he turned it 28th thou red on the starting line. So there we go, Ryan Johnston and Monty Beagle. They move on, and they're already up $1,500 apiece. Should mention Monty Beagle made it this far last night as well. Of course, that was the half-price race, so I believe he was up 500 at that point. So we will be taking just a little break in the action here as we're going to take on some track maintenance. I believe they do need to do a little bit of scraping. And that'll be followed by a little bit of spraying and probably a little bit of dragging. So I'm told we're going to be about somewhere in the neighborhood of a half hour here. So there you go. Everybody's got a little bit of time on your hands. And following that, we will be in the merge round, the round of 8, where we take the final 2 no-box cars and throw them into the box race, and they get to face off and see who's going home with the big check. Once again, we'll take a moment to congratulate Martin Rochelle. He was yesterday's winner. It's a good way to start a 3-day weekend, you know, win the first race. Paid all your expenses, plus put a little bit of money in the bank. Anything you can do beyond that is just full-on bonus. So, Junior, final round. So I guess we weren't quite at the point where we were taking a break yet. I was a little confused. It's okay, I'll get it. So, Junior final round, the Junior Shootout. All part of the West Coast Classic here at Mission Raceway. Colton Warren and Lincoln Rutherford. We are going heads up. Both of them dial 790. Oh, for those of you out there with a view anywhere near the starting line, watch the 2 cars very closely. Whichever one leaves first, I'd throw some money down on that one to be the winner. Of course, there is the possibility they could be tuned up a little hot and maybe break out. They are, however, running straight into a headwind. Who knows? Oh, boy. I really think I'm liking Lincoln's chances here. He had a bunch of room up top. Goes 794 on the 790. Had the starting line advantage by, well, a little over a tenth of a second. Tough break for Colton Warren. He just kind of missed it on the starting line. Very uncharacteristic for that young man this year, as he's been a very tough competitor. However, some days it's just not your day. I'm going to say this was definitely Lincoln Rutherford's day. Great job there. 15 on the tree. Then recognizing he had room up top and making sure he got well onto the safe side of his 790 dial with a 794 to take the trophy. Congratulations. So now is when we're going to take a little break. So I was just giving you like a little standby call for the break, and now's the actual call. So I'm going to put the microphone down for just a little while here, and I'm assuming the next voice you'll hear will be my good buddy Jerry up here. And after a little of that, we'll get to the final round of the main event for today, and then roll into the shootouts tonight. So lots of drag racing to take place yet tonight. And with that, lots of money to get handed out. So hang on, everybody.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Up here, helping you out.
Have no desire whatsoever.
Great job today, Jerry. Good to get up here with you once again, and we'll do a little more of this before the weekend is over.
Well, good to see you again, John. Absolutely. Good luck later on. And, so we're going to do a little bit of track scraping, and sometimes if you're following drag racing to any level, having too much rubber on the start line is just as bad as having too little. So in order to make the track come even, we scrape off the excess rubber using a little bit of heat and the physical prowess of the scraper. And basically that gets the surface nice and clean, and then we'll do a little bit of treatment, resurfacing, and all of that does take a few minutes, so bear with us. It'll all make for some great racing a little bit later on when we get back with start lines that are 100%. In the meantime, this is a perfect opportunity to wander around the pits and do take a look at all of the great race cars that are here this weekend. Get some autographs, stop in at the pro shop. Visit the racers that have merch available. Support them with some purchases. That would certainly be appreciated all around. Grab a bite to eat. I did hear that the Half Track Snack Shack is going to be open at least until 9 o'clock tonight. So, yeah, it's good for everybody who's here. Had the chicken strips and fries earlier, so that was my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So I'm good. I'm good. And make sure that you stay hydrated. We're in the heat of the day. It is probably in the mid-20s, 23.5 degrees out there. So it can be warm with the sun on you. I want to thank all the people at Valley Tech who have been providing the absolutely spectacular, and I use that a lot, but I mean it, spectacular video coverage show presented this weekend by JBS Equipment. You should check out this growing list of videos that are all online now on the YouTube channel, MRP Lordco TV. So if you are so inclined, I was watching it myself the other day, check it out. All the videos on the YouTube from various events that have been taking place here at Mission Raceway 2022. So, like I say, we'll be down for a few minutes, and I'll keep you posted as far as updates when we can get you back in the stands. We're still looking for some people to pick up some prizes. Martin Rochelle, James Rutherford, Brian Vader. We need you up to the third floor of the timing tower. You three gentlemen have a special invite. We've got some stuff for you upstairs, some stuff that you will want. So, hey, the track surface is still being scraped. I always like to point out how if you are sitting in the stands and you're feeling warm and you're feeling the heat of the day, be glad that you're not one that they called upon to help scrape the starting line. They do a good job, those safety crew people, and so I give them kudos for all of their time and work that they do, spending the moments getting that start line and the racing surface in general in tip-top shape. So we're still a few minutes away from any racing action as the scraping is just coming down to a close, and then we will be calling cars to the lanes to get racing back underway. But still a few minutes away from that. Mention in the pits, Junior Dragster, winner and runner-up. We need you in the next 10 minutes to report to the winner's circle for photographs. Very important that we get those photographs done for the record. So the winner and runner-up in Junior Dragster today. We need you in 10 minutes to be at the winner's circle, the new winner's circle, right behind the grandstand bleachers on the pit side. You know where it is, but we need you there in about 10 minutes, please. Once again, I'll just make the call for the winners and runners-up in Junior Dragster. We need you for photographs. Grandstand winner's circle on the way to the staging lanes. So winners and runner-up in Junior Dragster. We need you to have photos taken in the winner's circle. So head over there. Also, all juniors, it is pizza movie night tonight after the junior finals at the Max Fox building. I wonder if that's where they are. Wonder. Pizza and movie night. But in any case, we need winners and runners up in the Junior Dragsters. And I see they are starting to assemble for the photo. Perfect. Well, we want to thank you for your patience once again for the work that has to be done on the start line. But if you are wandering around in the pits, I would say now's probably a good time to start heading back to the bleachers. Doing the last little bit of touch-up on the start line. And we should be getting back into racing action momentarily here. So we also are going to make the call now for all of the quarterfinalists. Back to the lanes, please. All quarterfinalists back to the lanes. We have got a couple of quick rounds of eliminations before we head into the shootout. So, all quarterfinalists, we need you to the lanes, please. And we've made the call for all quarterfinalists to return to the staging lanes. All quarterfinalists should be making your way back to the staging lanes, please. being assembled in the staging lanes. We are getting set. All quarterfinalists should be there as we get set to make the final runs in the Classic Series, the main event. And then we will once again go into the shootout, which will consist of a 32-car box shootout and 16-car no-box shootout. That is going to take place after the finals are run for the main event here. hear it like I can hear it, that means we're set to get going. The track is ready, the cars are ready, and they are rolling out underneath into the water box. So we are set to go. Keep in mind that we have merged box and no box now, so they are all together, racing still on a handicap. And if you were in the pits, you must have seen this wrap on that dragster. Spectacular is all I can say. It is a cool-looking dragster made to represent sort of World War II aircraft or some form of military vehicle. Neat stuff. And apparently, yes, not a wrap. It is actually painted, which is really rare to see these days, as more and more cars are getting wrapped as opposed to actual paint. Some real masterwork there. And so Adam DeYoung is over there on the Lordco side of the racetrack, 67 Camaro with a 535. Here on this side, Dalton, Guerrero from Leduc, CSN, LJ Auto Body. Green light comes on for Adam DeYoung, on fire. 003 reaction time, 5:37 with a 5 on a 5:35 dial. So Monty Beagle over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Monty driving that really cool looking 1933 Ford Coupe. Got 434 cubic inches under the hood. Over here, Braden Auchetois. Braden from Beaumont. Sponsorship for Braden from Mona LaHaye Remax Elite. Their stage handicap will be going to Beagle. He goes red. Dragster takes the win, goes 461 with a 3 on a 458 dial. 144 miles an hour for Braden. That's going to bring up John DeYoung and Ryan Johnston. John DeYoung in a 1968 swoopy Camaro. And Ryan in the 63 Corvette. Big block Chevy under the hood of that Corvette. Handicap start going to Ryan, but John goes right around him. 008 reaction time for John DeYoung. 451 on a 450 dial. 155 miles an hour for the win, and that is going to take care of those quarterfinal runs. So both John and Adam will be advancing in their 67 and 68 Camaros. Attention in the pits, Martin Rochelle. Martin Rochelle, we need you. Somebody needs to speak with you. Third floor, timing tower. Martin Rochelle, come on up to the third floor, the timing tower. Attention in the pits, we're going to make a standby call for the no box shootout. Standby call for no box shootout competitors. Just want you to be on standby. No box. You're going to be on standby for your shootout. We've got 32 car box shootout and 16 car no box shootout. All competitors in the shootout going for big bucks. No box winner $7,500 and box looking at $20,000. Mentioned throughout the day, want to really thank all of you race fans for hanging in here with us. We've got the shootout that will be starting a little bit later on, but we have got semifinals coming up for the main event. Those cars are going to be called back to the lanes in about 10 minutes, and then we'll have semifinals and finals for that, and then we'll get into the shootout. The no box shootout cars have been put on standby for their one hit before the show shootout. So we're working our way down to final rounds here.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is for our shootout drivers. Here is the plan. We are going to run our semifinals. Then we are going to do our one time hit for the no box cars. Then we are going to run our finals of the main event. After that, we are doing our one time hit for the 48 car, the 32 car top bulb shootout, followed by the first round of the 16 car no box shootout. So once again, we're going to do our semis, time hit for the no box shootout, finals of the main event, time hit for the 32 car, and then we're going into first round of our 16 car no box shootout. First round of both shootouts is random, laddered off of reaction time from round 2 on. Also, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We still have one 32 car top bulb shootout spot available. So if anybody wants to get in on the 32 car box shootout, we have one spot still available. Please come up to the tower if you're interested.
Attention in the pits. Attention. We need all semifinalists. We need semifinalists from the main event. Back to the staging lanes, please. Semifinalists for the main event. We need you back in the staging lanes. Bring them up. Bring them up. Track preparation is complete. You saw the sprayer head up and down the track with the appropriate level of traction compound laid down. If you've ever had a chance to walk on a specially prepared racetrack, it's quite an experience because you just have no idea how sticky that is. We do have rules here at the racetrack, as does NHRA, about you cannot head out there in flip-flops because, well, you'll simply not wear them for very long. They will actually seal themselves to the racetrack. It is super sticky, and we don't necessarily prepare it as sticky as it could be either. There are certain races where they have the outlaw races, and they were doing a lot of experimenting because most of the race cars work on controlled slippage. You want the traction, but you also need the tires to be slipping a little bit in the right spots. So it's all a matter of management that way. But they have experimented with some of the high horsepower 8th mile guys, and they have prepared a track where there is no slippage, and I can only imagine what that would be like. So that track preparation is now complete, and we are set. We've called the semifinalists to the staging lanes. We need you back here, and then we will be picking up the action after the semifinalists with time trial for the 16-car no-box shootout. So you guys are on standby. We'll be calling you to the lanes very, very shortly. But semifinalists for the main event, we need you in the staging lanes for the first annual West Coast Classic, presented by Rad Torque and Tristan Plumbing and Heating. Called all the semifinalists back to staging lanes. Heads up, Adam DeYoung, you are getting the bye. Adam DeYoung, you get the bye, but all other semifinalists, well, everybody, we need Adam as well as everybody else. Need you back in the staging lanes for your semifinal runs. Hey, once again, attention in the pits. If you are one of the junior dragster teams, driver, family member, crew member, whatever, if you're part of the juniors here at Mission Raceway, Pizza Movie Night is happening right now at the Max Fox building. It started just a few minutes ago, and if you're not there, you're missing out on pizza, you're missing out on movies. Come on, head over to the Max Fox building right now. If you're part of the Junior Drag Racing League here at Mission Raceway, if you're on the property today as part of the juniors program, you should be heading over to the Max Fox building and get some pizza and watch some movies. So just to give you a heads up, all the semifinalists are in the staging lanes. They are set. We're going to be ready to run the semifinals. So with that in mind, we're going to call the first-time trial hit for the 16 no-box shootout contestants. If you would head to the staging lanes right now, we're going to use all 4 lanes, 3 and 4, and 5 and 6. So all 16 no-box shootout contestants, we need you in the staging lanes for your one-time trial run this evening. And that's going to be in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Bring them up. We get set to run our semifinals. It's a great time to once again thank all the sponsors involved for the 2022 West Coast Classic Series. The series itself is presented, of course, by Rad Torque Systems and Tristan Plumbing and Heating and TNT Motorsports. You can check them out at www.tntmotorsports.ca. The Classic Shootout Series is presented by ChopMyRate.ca and Total Dairy Solutions. Along with Rad Torque Systems, the world's leader in torque guns for all applications. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, the Lower Mainland's largest commercial plumbing heating company. ChopMyRate.ca, they are a top-tier lending company for all sorts of borrowing. And the live feed sponsor, of course, if you've been watching the YouTube feed, JBS Equipment. We also want to thank all the associate sponsors involved. And that includes NGK NTK Performance, industry leader in spark plugs, modules, sensors, and more. Check them out at ngksparkplugs.com. This is Bracket Racing Elite, the choice of champions. If you want to improve your on-track performance, check out This is Bracket Racing Elite and be mentored by multiple-time world champion, Big Buck Bracket race winner Luke Bagacki and Justin Lamb. Hoosier Tire West, the premier choice for drag racing and street tires on the West Coast. And Competitive Suspension, the best in high performance and basic application drag racing shocks. George's Classic and Custom Auto, based out of Creston, BC. Mona LaHaye Remax Elite. Modified Welding and Fabrication. The Old Car Center, Bracket Life Brand, and JS Power Sports. Thanks to all those folks for providing the financial support in terms of sponsorship for all the racing that you see happening in the West Coast Classic Series. Hey, if you're wandering around the Max Fox building, you might want to also check out the shaved ice truck, the mobile truck that showed up, and it is handing out some, providing some shaved ice cream. It is quite the thing. Head over there and check it out. So here we go, the first of the semifinal. Braden Oshawa, Beaumont in the dragster. John DeYoung from Abbotsford in the door car. Swoopy 1968 Camaro. John DeYoung, strong runner, 4.50 on the window. 4.50, 4.59 for the dragster. So the dragster actually gets the handicap start here in that case against the door car. That's right. So Braden is going to leave first in his dragster. Sponsors include Mona LaHaye Remax Elite. They are off and the dragster goes red. So, 005 red. Braden is out of here. John DeYoung advances into the next round, and that means Adam is going to be racing his dad. That's right. Adam driving the 67 Camaro. Adam DeYoung having a somewhat slower car, but remember, it's not just the speed. It's about the reaction time. It's about being close to the dial-in. It's about being consistent with both the driver reactions and the car. So Adam DeYoung gets the bye run here in the semifinal. .536 on a 536 dial. So he is nailing it. 128 miles per hour, and he will return in a little bit to race Pops. Yes. I think Dad got to be proud, but might have to show son his proper place, too. So both those racers will head back to the pits and do all of the quick maintenance while we will bring up the first and only time trial hit for the 16 no-box shootout competitors racing for the big bucks in the no-box shootout here Saturday evening. So the staging lanes are set for the 16 no-box shootout competitors, but we're missing one. If you were supposed to be in that lineup, you're not there. And hopefully you know who you are. So we are going to start with the time trials, and we need you, if you are not broke, to be in the staging lanes. If you are broke, let us know. Turns out he showed up. Perfect. It's like a plan coming together. right, here we go. All right, here we go. This is time trial runs. Everybody gets one hit in the 16-car no-box shootout. So late in the day, racing surface has been redone, and the track is still dealing with some heat because of the sun being out there the whole time. So it's a whole different racetrack today, right now, than it was earlier in the morning. So everybody gets a run to see how the car performs on this racing surface. Kevin Mccauley turns on the red light, but again, it's qualifying. Time trials, 7:52 for Kevin. Monty in that 33 Ford, 577, 117 miles an hour. Here's Lawrence DeRide now, the 67 Camaro he calls River Rat from Stettler, Alberta. He's Tower Lane. Dave Jung over in the other lane with his 96 Camaro. Dave from Surrey. His regular race car here today. 585 for Lawrence, and Dave goes 689, 98 miles an hour, 118 for the Camaro. Dave also spending time preparing his other stalker, getting that ready for his daughter, Sydney. Move up into the sportsman ranks, I guess. Dustin Ward from Renton, he's in the 67 Darts. And Brody Shirk, he's in the Chevy 2 over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. 531 at 129 miles an hour for Brody. 635 for Dart. Dustin Ward. It's called Casper because it's all white and it's a friendly ghost. But it's going to be your nemesis. Casper over here. Tower side. In the other lane, the Screaming Demon. 71 Demon. So we got a friendly ghost and a Screaming Demon. And so here we go. Demon, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group. For the Camaro at 117 miles an hour, 696, 98 miles an hour for the Demon. As the Rad Torque sponsored Plymouth Barracuda of Jim Benke rolls forward. This is the no box time trials, 16 car shootout, all 16 competitors getting a run at the track. The other lane, Heather Hornell. Chilliwack. It's a 94 Sonoma. Sponsored by Brady Electrical Contracting. Wheels up as is normal for Jim Benke. 637, 106 miles an hour as Benke goes through the 8th mile traps. Heather goes 737, 93 miles an hour. You can count on one hand the number of times that you've probably seen a 74 Carmen Ghia at the drag strip. Not a common brand, but unique in every respect. Darren Sutton from Stettler. And Ryan Johnston, Nasty Fish 63 vet. Ryan over on the Lordco side, and Darren here on the track side, this tower side. 569 at 121 miles an hour for the Corvette. 623 for the Carmen Ghia. Ren Schwartz now, 83 Monte Carlo, and John Tabak in the S10. John from Maple Ridge got sponsorship on that S10 from Rad Torque, Fortune's Engines, Big O Tires. 365 cubic inches of Chevy action under the hood of that S10. Meantime, Monte Carlo, 462 cubic inches for Lorenz Schwartz, the self-employed Langley contractor. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop. Pay attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Main event finalists. We could use you back in the staging lanes as soon as you're ready. John, Adam, we can use you back in the staging lanes for your finals as soon as you are ready. We're ready for you. We continue through the program here. Lorenz runs 6:46. John Tabak 6:71. Craig Johnson now and Scott Winterbottom. Craig in the grocery getter wagon. That's 79 Malibu here at Towerside. Johnson's custom exhaust. And Scott Winterbottom, rags to riches. And Top Shop. Doing the sponsorship on that 63 Chevy 2. .606 is the time for Scott Winterbottom. Craig Johnson, 6:82. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the 16 no-box shootout competitors. Their one time trial hit complete. And they'll go back into the staging lanes. The next time you see them, it will be eliminations. Once again, our finalists in the main event, John DeYoung and Adam DeYoung. We're just waiting for them to get back into the staging lanes to make their final run. Hey, it's probably a warm day out there, right? Looking like about 24 degrees with the sun blasting down on you. And I see an ice cream truck or a shaved ice truck or something that just pulled up to the fence. And I also see a whole lot of people moving in that general direction. So I'm just thinking that there's probably a lot of people who want to take advantage of that shaved ice cream truck before it runs away. He had his lights flashing. Well, that's another sign. So we're looking to get John DeYoung and Adam DeYoung back into the staging lanes to run their final. That is going to be followed by the first-time trial, first and only, for the 32-car box shootout. So you guys are on standby. We'll be calling you very, very shortly. The 32-car box shootout. You're going to be called to the staging lanes right away, too. So you consider yourself on standby as we await John and Adam for the final in the main event. keep you in the loop, we have got the finalists in the staging lanes for the main event. John DeYoung, Adam DeYoung, both their Camaros in the staging lanes, getting set to run the final. So we are going to call all of the 32 box shootout competitors to the staging lanes. We're going to need you for your one-time trial hit right after the DeYoungs do their final runs. So all 32 box shootout competitors, if you're on the list, we need you in the staging lanes. And that, once again, will be 3, 4, 5, and 6. We really appreciate your patience. We are just experiencing a tiny little technical issue here in the tower, and we're just sorting that out right now. We have got the cars in the staging lanes, and everything is set to go, but we just got to sort something out in the tower to make sure that we've got the electronics all working properly. So we beg your indulgence and appreciate your patience. So hang on there. We've got some great racing yet to come this evening. We have called the 32 box shootout cars to the staging lanes, and they are all there ready for their one-time trial hit. So we'll be good in just a few minutes.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
brought in some skilled technicians from NASA, and they've been working feverishly on solving our problems. And you know what? They did it. They got a new power bar or something. These NASA scientists, you cannot sell them short. So we're just going to do a quick test here to make sure that all the timing equipment is still functioning properly. And boy, we've got staging lanes loaded with cars for you to see it run. So just give us a couple more minutes to do a test on this, and we should be good to go. You know, I always marvel at how Justin Bond likes to drive just about anything he can, whether it's his dragster or whether it's the Pro Mod or whether it's the golf cart. He is he's a driver at heart. That is for sure. Cars fired up. Here we go. Final for the main event. Saturday's main event, number 1. A winner here. Racing for, if the poster is still correct, 10 grand. Wow. And it's a father-son final. So we got son, Adam, who just a couple of years ago was racing a junior dragster. Now in the Camaro here on the tower side, 67 Camaro. Son taking the opportunity to let dad do his burnout, which is always a lot longer than John or than Adam's. Adam just stays behind the start line. I don't believe he goes over the start line. So he's dialed in at 5:36, which is what he's been running more or less all day. John DeYoung, 4:51. So clearly the car on the Lordco side is the quicker of the two cars. That's Dad's car. Runs that car in Pro Mod and in Canada West Door Slammer action. So multi-purpose vehicle. The car that Adam is driving runs in the Canada West Door Slammer series as well. That's quarter mile, 870 or quicker. Here, it's to the 8th mile. Adam gets the head start. Wow, green light. Dad's going to have to drive around him at the 8. And he does not. Adam gets the win. How about that? 5:38 on a 5:36, 127 miles an hour. Adam, congratulations to the DeYoung team for what a great final that was, and congratulations to Adam for picking up the big bucks, the win here in the Saturday main event for the West Coast Classic. It is absolutely wonderful to see Adam, well, you know, show him that he's got skills, right? Dad gave him the car. He's got skills. He's using that car. So Adam DeYoung is your main event champion here, getting the trophy and getting the big bucks. Coming up next will be the 32-car box shootout time trials. For the record, John DeYoung in the other car, in the Camaro, the Lordco lane, he dialed in at 4:51. He ran a 4:52.9, so he was there. But Adam had a reaction time of 0.11. John had a reaction time of 0.30. So Adam was 200ths quicker right off the hit. And then 5.38, 200ths off his dial-in. So when you add it all up, both of them were almost 200ths apart on the dial-in at the ET, but the reaction time was better for Adam, and that's what got him to the finish line first. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I've been calling the 32-car box shootout competitors to the lanes. Well, we've got 29 of you there so far. 3 of you are missing. If for whatever reason you're not able to make the 32-car field, please let us know, or please get your vehicle into the staging lanes for your one and only time trial hit. So we're awaiting 3 cars to be in the staging lanes to fill out that 32-car box shootout. And that will be the next competitors on the racetrack. You can purchase your spot if you head over to the Flatliner Maverick pit area. Head over there. I believe that's Chris Mann. Yeah, Chris Mann, M-A-H-O-N. Head over to Chris's pit area, Flatliner Maverick. And he is not able to make the program, but he can certainly set you up. So everybody getting one hit time trials, and they are then going to go into eliminations following that. right, tractors are off the racing surface. By my guesstimation, we will be set for cars to head down the track. Staging lanes are loaded up. Cars will be fired up and coming under the bridge in just a few seconds. So this is the 32-car box shootout. These are vehicles that do have electronics on them, onboard electronics. Dave Senio from Leduc Frameworks, Supreme Steel sponsorship on the Dragster here tower side. In the other lane, James Rutherford, 96 Ford Probe, Royal Projects and Rebel Fitness sponsoring that probe. All right, 478 for the probe, 478 with a 2 at 146 miles an hour for James Rutherford, 456 for the Dragster of Dave Senio, 153 miles per hour. Is backing up right now, local runner from Burnaby, Steve Horn, JS Power Sports and Brad Torque sponsored Dragster. And James Kennedy in the other lane in his 2004 Grand Am, big block Chevy under the hood. So the Grand Am has 598 cubic inches. Horn has 540. He's got a blower. He is running a 441 at 148 miles an hour. Kennedy goes 493 at 142 miles an hour. Gotta love the diversity in drag racing. Everything from dragsters like Mark Campbell to that sweet-looking 48 Anglia. Eddie Plaisir from Edmonton driving the Anglia. You had a chance to look at the tail section where it says Manglia. That's pretty cool. And Mark Campbell driving the Pacific Supply sponsored dragster from Olympia, Washington. Got something at the top end that the start line spotted. Word came back to the start line that one of the cars not able to stop in time and did hit the sand trap. So they are sending the safety crew out to take a closer look. As soon as we have more information, we can certainly update you. Hazardous to say what happened other than they might have miscalculated or some sort of parts failure. So again, all we know is that one of the vehicles from the previous pair managed to get into the kitty litter at the top end of the racetrack. And as soon as we have official word on the situation, we'll let you know. Radio says that the driver is fine. Driver's out of the vehicle. It appears that the dragster had brake line problems, and the parachute did not necessarily help at that particular point, and so he's okay. We just have to get some heavy lifting done down there to extricate the dragster from the sand trap. So bear with us as we just get that done, and we'll put everything else on hold. You see the red flashing lights on the Christmas tree indicating that we are in a holding pattern while top end safety is going to take care of that. So fortunately, we have the good folks from Valley Tech here who have been providing the video coverage of this event and every event at Mission Raceway. So want to thank them. The live coverage on YouTube sponsored by JBS Equipment. If you're watching online, we're going to actually play a replay of that run of Steve Horn and James Kennedy. And this is what it looks like. So Steve Horn is in the dragster on the Lordco side of the racetrack. And he is past the 8th mile and then just carrying on. Chute comes out, but sometimes if you're not prepared for it and your brakes do fail, it is going to not be enough with one parachute to bring your dragster or car to a stop. So that's what happened. He tried to swerve his way to a stop. He did wind up in the sand at the end.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
The Kona ice truck, the shaved ice truck, is still there. So once again, we always thank you for your patience as we deal with a situation at the top end and a little bit of oil on the track. So that's all under control. Before we get going any further on the 32-car box shootout time trial, Kona Ice. Check them out, shaved ice. It's on the property right now. You can see the little van at the end of the grandstand here. Well worth checking out because of the, well, you deserve a treat. You deserve something special. So head over there and check it out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your patience is going to be rewarded as we get set to get the cars back on track, and we pick up right where we left off. Eddie Plaisir and Mark Campbell. Of course, they're going to do the burnouts once again because, well, they need to heat up those tires and clean them off one more time. For the dragster, that is Mark Campbell. He's out of Olympia, Washington. Pacific Supply. It's 2014 Mullis chassis with 632 cubic inches sitting behind the driver. Mark Campbell is in the Lordco lane. Eddie Plaisir, he's from Edmonton. And He's driving that colorful 48 Anglia. Once again, this is the 32-car box shootout, the electronics category. So they're getting one-time trial hit before they go into eliminations. Nobody really anxious to stage there, so they are off, and it's all clean and green. If this were eliminations, that's good for you. The Anglia goes 645, 111 miles an hour, 455 for the Dragster, 153 miles an hour. That brings up Otto Schulte and Dan Parsons. Now, under normal circumstances, Dan Parsons, he runs in the pro bracket categories. He runs in the super combo categories where they will run against an index. So it's not unusual to find him here in the electronics category. Otto Schulte normally runs with the Canada West Door Slammer Series. It's a fast car, a fast 2005 Cavalier. Otto Schulte runs it through with a 483 at 144 miles an hour. And Parsons goes 681, 105 miles an hour. Everybody will be putting a dial in on their car come elimination times. These time trial hits are to determine how the car performs on the racing surface right now, this time of day. So we will be making sure everybody gets one hit. And now we're getting them backed off. The starter says, hang on. Backing up is Mike Crozier and Carson Campbell. So as you can tell, the start line crew ever vigilant for any impairment or safety issues. So they've just gone out to check the racing surface past the 8th mile. Everybody's racing to the 8th mile, and then they'll need to shut off at speed over the last part of the quarter mile and the shutdown area. You can see that the racing surface is prepared right through to the end of the quarter. It is somewhat less critical in the shutdown area, but nonetheless, if there are any issues with the racing surface out past the shut-off point, yeah, then you probably need to attend to that. And so that's what they're doing out there right now. You know, the good news is that we haven't seen any heavy equipment rolling. That's always good, and I don't see anybody at the top end anymore. So I think we're, signal goes out, refire the dragsters, and we're good to continue time trials here in the 32-car box shootout session. So, on the start line, burnout's complete. Mike Crozier, Carson Campbell. Carson on the Lordco side. Carson, part of the father-son team. He's here from Olympia, Washington. Carson is the son. In a 2006 Mullis. And Mike Crozier from Leduc, part of the pretty strong Alberta contingent of dragsters that are here. Outlaw Addiction, it is called. It's a 2008 TNT chassis dragster, and here they go. .453 is the time for Mike Crozier, 152 miles an hour. Carson goes 469. 469 at 147 miles per hour. George LeBlanc now, and Dalton Guerrero. Dalton from Leduc, and George from Preston, BC. George, sponsored by George's Classics and Customs. That's the orange 66 Chevelle. Dragster sponsored by CSN LJ Auto Body. Runs a 449, 153 miles an hour, 564 for George LeBlanc in the Chevelle, 123 miles per hour. That brings up Chris Crozier. And we're a little information light on the Monte Carlo in the other lane. Chris, still another dragster from Leduc. So the dragster gets there well in advance of Monte Carlo. Cutlass, I should say. 456. 456. Cutlass is 737. Here is Emily Gerard in the dragster on the tower side. Wayne Ringo. Rocky View Country, Alberta. TNT Motorsports sponsorship. Wayne is on the Lordco side. Emily is closest to the tower here. So as we wind our way down through this first time trial session, first and only, we're going to make the call for first round of eliminations of the 16 no-box shootout contestants. If you're in the 16 contestants no-box shootout, we're going to call you to the lanes. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Bring them up. That is first round of eliminations for the 16 no-box shootout contestants. Bring them up to the staging lanes. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Kelly Voss gets there with a 560, 121 miles an hour. 640 for Martin Rochelle at 104 miles per hour. Dan Christensen driving his pride and joy. The Ray Skillman Chevrolet sponsored Pro Stock. And in the other lane, the dragster of Braden Oshatois. Braden from Beaumont. Jan Christensen right here in Langley. Christensen taking that car out for a spin, goes 464 at 150 miles an hour. Braden goes 460, 151 miles per hour. Andy Hatton says he'll drive anything, so he's driving something else. Andy Hatton driving the car that Derek Shirk was running in Canada West Door Slammers. So he is taking his chances with this vehicle in this field. In the other lane, Jenna Michaud from Edmonton in the dragster. So Andy Hatton getting used to the reaction of the vehicle, pushing the tree a little bit. Runs a 675 at 82 miles an hour. Jenna in the dragster 431, 167 miles an hour. And that brings up the fast Dakota of Jay Severson. 665 cubic inches of Chevy power. Sitting under the hood of that Dakota. Chevy Reeves in the other lane from Edmonton. Sponsored by Rad Torque, Sideshow Fabrications. Jay goes 001 red on the time trial. 496, 137 miles an hour. Chevy Reeves goes 451 in the dragster, 153 miles an hour. And that brings up Dan Provost and Dave Beck. Beck from Fort Saskatchewan. Provost from Abbotsford. Once again, we made the call for first round of eliminations. We need all 16 no-box contenders to the staging lanes. So Provost hands down, goes 429 in the dragster. 429 at 165 miles an hour. The Camaro goes 594, 115 miles an hour. As we get down to the last few cars, Derek Shirk in that very sweet looking 55 Chevy.
5 Bel Air that he acquired just a few months ago. Al Quigley from Aldergrove, Rad Torque sponsored 89 Mustang. He's been racing that car for a few years. See him at some national events from time to time in that Mustang. Shirk gets there first with a 4.60. 4.60 at 154 miles an hour. Al stops the clocks at 5:22, 133. That brings up Justin Bond. Back from driving the golf cart into the dragster. Langley runner is going to get his one hit before going into eliminations. So Justin Bond stops the clocks 4:43, 155 miles an hour, and that will do it for qualifying. Time trial session, only one in the 32-car box shootout. So that is done. We have got cars in the staging lanes right now for first round of eliminations with the 16-car no box shootout.
we go, folks. Our chopmyrate.ca 16-car shootout is underway. John Tabak taking the win over Stacy Commander there in the first pair. Coming up next, we got Heather Hornell in the right, Dustin Ward in the left. Heather's a local, Dustin's out of Renton, Washington. Dusty's been going rounds all day in that car. I think it's a dart. Heather's been doing good too. Let's see what they got off the bottom. They're both away. Big advantage for Ward. And he turns it into a W. 33, dead 7, taking 34. Dusty's moving on to the next round. Now we got Brody Shirk and Kevin Mccauley. Brody's bumping in. So is Kevin. They're both in. Kevin's away. Brody's got a big advantage on the starting line and turns it into a win. Going dead 1, 81, dead 1, taking 97. Brody's cruising on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We'll take first round of the 32-car box shootout. There's our man JB, JBS, sponsor of the live stream. Guy kind of remembers how to drive a dragster. He's used to going like 560s in the quarter, and he's going 440s in the 8th. All right, up next, Dave Jung in the left, Scott Winterbottom in the right. Scott's got a man pedal in that thing. He'll be chasing down Dave. Both of these guys are serious. A couple local bottom bulb hitters. Scott's in. Dave's in. Dave's got a slight advantage on the starting line. Turns it into a win. 10, 3 above, taking the W. All right, coming up next, Lawrence Derrick in the left, Lorenz Schwartz in the right. Both of these guys know how to get it done off the bottom. Both went some rounds today in our main event. See what they can do. 16 car, 7,500 to win shootout. Little burn down. Who's going in? BC versus Alberta. Hometown boy, guy on the road. Renz did real well at the Oil City Classic. On a day there. Nobody's moving. Oh, Lawrence is in. Lorenz is in. They're both green. Fairly even. Slight advantage to the left. But doesn't turn it into a win. 34, 3 above. No good. Lorenz is 44, dead 4, 48 total. Moving on to round number 2. Next pair, CJ, Craig Johnson, also won a day at the Oil City Classic in Edmonton. Made it down to the split in the shootout as well. Going up against Darren Sutton, another Alberta runner. Darren's been going rounds all day off the bottom too. Craig turns the top bulb on. Darren does now. Craig loads her up on the brake. Starts bumping in. Darren's turn. Turns it on. Using all 10 seconds. Ooh, big advantage left lane. And turns it into a win. CJ's 11, 6 above, taking 60. Darren was 86 on the hit, and about 4 above for the lost. Up next, last stand in no box car, today and yesterday, Monty Beagle, the runner out of High River, Alberta, going up against Hank from Mulin, 70 Mile House, BC. Demon versus a beautiful 33 Ford Coupe. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the man himself, JT, John DeBack, who just won a round in the shootout.
I did, so can't stay up here for too long, but we'll take you through at least, well, for the most part, first round at top bulb. Go ahead, finish it off.
Monty getting the win there, 54, 5 above for the win. Hank was 66 at the hit, and a lot above.
So nobody was stellar, but we did get a winner out of that. So down to just 8 cars in no box. Round 1 of box in the lanes. Well, lots of them are there. They're arriving as we speak. So how many cars do we have back there, theoretically? 31?
I believe we have 31.
All right. So we are looking at an odd number of cars. Can't tell you who it is just quite yet, but whether we had an even or odd number wouldn't matter. You pick a buy, a sit and wait buy, just in case, because you never know. Anything could happen. Even if everybody did show up, somebody could break down. That would alter pairings, and you'd wind up with a single car at the end of it. So the checks are all but written out. We just got to figure out whose names to put on them. 28 grand up for grabs in top bulb. We're about to proceed with round number 1. Payout is as follows. For anyone not quite sure, Winner goes home with $20,000. Runner-up, $3,000. Semi-finalists will pocket $1,500, and quarterfinalists will get $500. We'll run through the pay structure for no box while we're at it. Now, smaller class, less cars, obviously, less money. $7,500 to win, $1,000 to runner-up, and $750 going to the semifinalists, totaling $10,000. So you add the two of those together, we're about to give away $38,000. Well, giveaway is not a good way to put it, because the winners will have earned it. So we've got race cars rolled up to the front of the staging lanes. That's always good. And I have in front of me the ladder for the next round. I'll announce the pairings. Why not? So it's going to be me and Monty Beagle. On the other side of that half of the ladder, it'll be Lorenz Swartz and Dave Jung. Other half of the ladder looks like this. Craig Johnson will take on Ryan Johnston. And Dustin Ward will take on Brody Scher. So down to 8 cars in no box. Well, all right. First pair's got the burnouts done. They're ready to go. Chevy Reeves over in the right lane will take on Chris Crozer. Crozer, left lane, 456 the number. Reeves with a 451. 2 green lights. This is on. At the finish line, it is Chevy Reeves. Dead 8 with a 30 light. He is moving on. Chris Crozer, 44 on the tree. Then 57 on the 56. No good. Chevy Reeves will participate in round number 2. That'll set up our next pair, Dave Beck along with Adam DeYoung. Adam DeYoung obviously having himself a pretty good day. Him and the old man went to the final round of today's main event, and well, because I just happened to stumble across the check sitting up here, I can tell you they split it. Evened. However, it's young Adam who's going home tonight with the bragging rights. Hey, Mom, guess what? Well, the great news ends there because Adam did not get through. Dave Beck moves on. 594 with a 2. Get this, folks, matching 4th thou red lights. Now, I can't tell you what the 4th digit is, but it came down to less than 1,000th of a second on the starting line. Both drivers going 4th thou red. At the finish line, Dave Beck, dead 2. Next pair now looks like this. Mike Crozer. The Outlaw Addiction Dragster. Dialed in at 453. Jason Mercer in Craig Johnson's Cutlass. Right-hand lane. Mercer dialed in at 737. He can leave. Mike can have a little nap and then get ready to go. Mercer gives it away on the starting line by 27 thou. Just a little early. Crozer was 16 on the tree, then dead 1, 17 totes. Yeah, man. So Mike Crozer moves on. Well, Mercer gave it a good whirl. First time driving that car, he's foot braking it. Craig Johnson just makes it look easy. So Jan Christensen, if I remember correctly, had this car parked all day. But in the shootout, rolls on up here in the Pro Stocker. Well, ex-Pro Stocker. James Rutherford in the right lane. So we got James dialed in at 480. Christensen dialed in at 460. Christensen in first. Rutherford in. Here we go. 8 thou apart on the starting line. At the finish line, Rutherford is your winner. Double breakout. He's under by exactly 1/100th of a second. Christensen under by a bunch more than that. Christensen getting to the stripe first by 31 thou. Margin of victory actually 23 thou. So Rutherford moves on. Now Eddie Plaisir and Dan Parsons. Plaisir, tower side in the Manglia. 1948 Anglia. Cool looking little car. Plaisir out of Edmonton, dialed in at 644. We're green both sides of the racetrack. Dan Parsons out in front and trying to stay there. Does not get it done. Cross the finish line first, but loses it on a double breakout. Parsons under by 21 thou. Plaisir under by just 3 thou. So we'll see the Manglia back for round number 2. That sets up this pair. Jay Saverson doing a little bracket racing. Gotta say that's not a name that I'm unfamiliar with at announcing, but first time doing it at a bracket race. Dwayne Ringeth in the right lane. 454 the dial for the dragster. Saverson with a 496 and the little Dodge Dakota. Saverson red by just 13 thousandths of a second. Tough break there. Truck worked pretty good. Went 98 on the 96, so he was 2 above. Dwayne Ringeth, I'm assuming, ran all out, around 2 thou under his 454 dial. So Ringeth moves on. The TNT Motorsports Dragster will be back for round number 2 of the TDS 32 Car Shootout. All part of the West Coast Classic here at Mission Raceway Park. Been a pretty awesome day so far. Saw a father and son final in the main event. Now we're going to spend the next couple hours giving away $38,000. Andy Hatton in the right lane, dialed 538 in the Nova. Andy's had himself quite a weekend. Transmissions, motors, you name it. Justin Bond, tower side in the dragster. Well, he's your winner. Hatton turns it red by 17 thou. Bond will be a player in round number 2. He goes dead 5 on the 43 dial. He won't be bragging about it, as light that is, but it was green.
Huge shout out to John Tabak. Love when he's on the mic at a Classics event. Any event for that matter. Up next, Martin Rochelle, John DeYoung. Martin won yesterday. John just lost to his son in the final of the 10K main event. Takes the win there over Martin. 18 dead 4, taking 3 thou. Martin was 21 dead 4. One nut on the tree. Things are getting nasty out there. 20 grand on the line. Usually brings out the A game. Up next, James Kennedy in the left. Mark Campbell in the right. Campbell out of Olympia. James is out of Langley. Sorry, this is a competition single. Up next, Dan Provo and Mark Campbell. Was a little confused there. We had a competition single. Kelly Voss had issues with his dragster. Couldn't make it. So on we roll. Dan, title sponsor of every classic event we've ever had. Let's see what he can do. Oh, Campbell turns it 5 thou red. Dan's 51 at the hit and 1 under. Tighten up that tree a little bit, pull his way around. Up next, George LeBlanc, Al Quigley. Up next, George LeBlanc in the left, Quigley in the right. Quiggs, Alder Grove, BC. Oh, they're dead even on the starting line. Quiggs taking the win. 15 dead 0, 15 total. George is 16 at the hit and 24 under for the loss. Taking 23, locked out. Up next, Dorkar versus Dragster. Carson Campbell, young runner out of Olympia. Just watched Dad turn it 5 thou red. And Derek Shirk, Titanium Auto Group, sponsor of the Titanium Strip, also the sponsor of our 16-car shootout, chopmyrate.ca. Oh, big advantage for Carson. Turns it into a win. 007, James Bond, 1 thou under. Derek was 29, 1 thou under as well. Not sure what the 10 thou was, but on the double breakout win, Carson Campbell gonna get it. Derek had to get behind, even more. 22 stripe for Carson. Up next, couple of the Alberta boys. Traveled a long way to race each other. That's how random pairing goes. Dave Senyo in the left. Dalton Giroux in the right. 456 to a 449. 3-stage bulbs are lit, no games. Dave's in. Dalton's in. 4th thou separates them. Dalton's gonna get the win. 26, 447.3. Behind by 6 thou. Dave was 22 and 29 under. 19 under. Math is hard. Dave had to get behind to win that one. Up next, Emily Gerard and the Trois. Braden Oshtwa. made it down to the semis in the main today. Guy's been rolling. Mona LaHaye Remax, Pro 1, TNT Motorsports Dragster, up against Emily, JS Power Sports, JBS Equipment, and Rad Torque. Both of these drivers are good. Braden has a huge starting line advantage. Turns it into a win. Braden's 003, 4 above for the win. Shelby says that is the nicest dragster on the property. Twa will love hearing that. Twa's going to be coming back around. He'll be on the ladder. Probably sitting pretty with the 003. Up next, Otto Schulte, Jenna Michaud. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We will take our 8 remaining no-box cars to the lanes. You are on a ladder. Dave Jung, Loren Schwartz, John Tabak, Monty Beagle, Craig Johnson, Ryan Johnston, Dustin Ward, Brody Shirk. Those are your pairs. We need the 8 of you back. We don't have any bulbs on. Looks like some issues with Otto's car, maybe. Oh. Having some board issues here. 480's looking like a 400. Can confirm 480 is in the computer. Otto pulling up. Can never be too sure. Jenna's ready to roll. Otto turns the top bulb on. Jenna does too. Otto's in. Jenna's in. Oh, Otto turns it 1 thou red. Jenna was 39, 428 with a 1. But she's getting the win. Otto, 1 thou red. Once again, no box. We'll take our 8 remaining no box cars to the lanes. You guys are laddered. Pull on down. We will get our pairs down here. Please do not jam up the back of the lanes like you are. Pull your cars down. Copy. Trying to run a radio and run a mic can be a little bit difficult. Sorry about the copy. So anyways, sorry about the copy. Getting a little confused. Got a mic in hand. Got a radio in hand. Trying to get things done. We're down to 8 cars. In our 16 car shopmyrate.ca 7,500 to win shootout. All right, and I just got the ladder for the Total Dairy Solutions 32 Car Shootout. We've got Braden Oshawa sitting on the bye, John DeYoung with lane choice over Jenna Michaud, Quigley with lane choice over Chevy Reeves, Dwayne Ringeth with lane choice over Justin Bond, Carson Campbell with lane choice over James Rutherford, James Kennedy with lane choice over Dan Provo, Mike Crozier with lane choice over Eddie Plaisir, and Dalton Giroux with lane choice over Dave Beck. All right, and if anybody fell victim in the first round, the Losers Lounge is open at the 8th mile. And head on down there, enjoy a beverage on TNT for any of the racers that got knocked out first round of the shootout. Or therefore, anybody that wants to go down and enjoy a beverage on us. You can do that. Limited quantity while supplies last. Looks like we've got 2 of our pairs pulled around the corner. Waiting on a little bit of track prep, trying to stay on top of it. Before we get into the second round of our shootouts, here at the West Coast Classic, sponsored by Rad Torque, Tristan Plumbing and Heating. And these are the Chop My Rate and Total Dairy Solution 16 and 32 car shootouts. One pays $7,500 to win off the bottom. The other one pays $20K to win off the top. So we just want to make sure the track's on point. Has been all of the day. Hats off to Roach and, or I should say Sticky Steve and his crew. They've been doing a heck of a job. We're going to stay on top of it. Lots of money on the line. So we don't want that to be an issue. All right, here we go. Pulling around the corner. Dustin Ward in the left. And Brody Shirk. Dusty dialed in 634. Brody's dialed in at a 530. Dustin out of Renton, Washington, 67 Dodge Dart. This thing's been making some laps today. And Brody, 67 Nova. Titanium Auto Group. Bubba's Speed Shop. Sponsored ride. Recently new father. Dusty, recently married. Let's see if the boys can add to the slush fund. They're not messing around. Dusty's in. Brody's in. They're away. Big starting line advantage in the left. Looking to turn it into a win. He does. 20. 4 above, taking 18. Dusty's going to move on down to the semifinals here for 7,500. Up next, Monty Beagle in the left, John Tabak in the right. Going to put first call out there. First call for our 15 remaining top bulb shootout cars. Make your way to the lanes. You're on the ladder. Come on down to the bottom. We'll get you paired up. Once again, Total Dairy Solutions, 32 car shootout. We'll get you back to the lanes. Monty's creeping it in. So is John. Both of these guys, no stranger to winner circles. $3,000 separates them. On up there, your winner's going to be Monty. 19, 1 above, taking $9,000. John was 16, 2 above, no good. Monty's going to be moving on to the semifinals. Up next, Dave Jung, Lorenz Schwartz. Dave dialed 691, Lorenz dialed 644. Dave out of Surrey, Lorenz out of Langley. Another Titanium Auto, Bubba's Speed Shop, sponsored ride in the right. Dave's in, so is Lorenz. Oh, 6,000 red for Lorenz. Dave was there. 002, 34 under. Dave's packing a few. He's packing a few to the semis. And then we've got our last pair sitting in the water box. CJ, Craig Johnson in the left, and Ryan Johnston in the right. CJ, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. This is BracketRacing.com. Ryan Johnston in the Nasty Fish Corvette. Both of these boys can hang. Let's see which one will be moving on to join our other 3 competitors in the semis. Will it be Craig in the Malibu wagon, or Ryan in that beautiful Corvette? Once again, we'll take our remaining top bulb competitors, we'll get you down to the lanes, get you paired up. Craig's away, Ryan's away. Big advantage to Craig. Craig's 25, 4 above for the win. Ryan had a reaction time starting with a 1, and that was no good. Still a great day for Ryan. Made it all the way down to the quarterfinals, I believe, in our main event, but just couldn't keep it going. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Let's get our top bulb competitors back to the lanes. JT, John to back. If you can make your way back to the tower, I would greatly appreciate that, sir. Next round pairings in our no box shootout, final four. We got Dave Jung, Monty Beagle. Jung has lane choice. And we've got Craig Johnson and Dusty Ward. Ward has lane choice. All right, for the folks at home and the folks in the stands, just getting our pairings sorted out. Then we'll be on to round two.
So we're looking for James Rutherford and we're looking for Dan Provo. James Rutherford, Dan Provo, you need to make your way to the staging lanes. Well, here we go. We've got our first pair. Well, do we have a pair? No, we don't. We have a single. So Braden Ochetois with the bye here in round number 2. Double 0-1 on the tree. A little quick on the 459 dial, but that's all good. So he's off to round number 3. Also, we're looking for Al Quigley, the staging lanes. Al Quigley. I don't know if either of the first two that I called arrived yet, but I believe the list was James Rutherford, Dan Provo, and Al Quigley. So Justin Bond and Dwayne Ringeth, here we go. 3 bulbs lit, waiting for Bond. He's in. 443 the dial for Bond, 453 for Ringeth. Exactly 1/100 separate them, or 1/10 rather. Justin Bond gets it on a double breakup. He's under by 14. Ringeth under by, well, also under by 14. So the margin of victory. Let me look at this again. Sorry, Bond under by 4 thou. That's more like it. That explains why the margin of victory would be 10 thou. So Justin Bond moving on. 14 and 18, the lights for Bond. So Dorkar versus Dragster now. Dave Beck and Dalton Giroux. Dalton in the right lane, 448 in the Dragster. Dave Beck, 594. Just gonna say, I think this is looking good for Dalton. Dalton dead 8 on a 12 light, 20 thou package. Dave Beck was 85 on the tree and in big trouble. Ends up going under the 594 with a 592.5. So Dalton Giroux going around number 3. Do you know who's not going around number 3? Me. That's all right. I'll sit up here and yak for you for the rest of the evening. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here, but see safety making their way out to do a little track check. Make sure everything's okay out there. He's the kind you just pull it down? I was looking for strings. I always do. I always forget. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. No box. No box. Let's get you guys moving to the lanes. No box. This is your call to the staging lanes for round number 3. No box with just 4 cars returning. Just like that, everybody's into the money. So, just looking at the round 2 ladder for no box. I had Beagle, and I didn't get by him, so I know Beagle's through. Pretty sure I heard that Craig Johnson got around Ryan Johnston, so I'd say Craig's in. You know, there probably is a fresh ladder here, but I'm just... All right, yeah, that's way easier. So Dave Jung got around Lorenz Schwartz in round number 2, and Dustin Ward got around Brody Shirk, so... Semi-final ladder looks like this. Craig Johnson and Dustin Ward. Second pairing will be Dave Jung and Monty Beagle. Dave Jung will have lane choice in the Jung-Beagle pairing. Beagle was a 19 light, but Dave was 002. Wow. Stout. And Ward will have lane choice over Craig Johnson. 20 versus 25. So safety's still out there having a look. I don't know if somebody lost their phone or... Just trying to make a little bit of humor. I'm sure we'll be back to the action momentarily here. Got our next pair waiting patiently on the starting line. That'd be James Rutherford and Carson Campbell. Well, it looks like they are making their way off the track surface. So by the looks of it, both cars getting backed up to redo the burnout. Okay, here we go. Carson Campbell, right lane, dialed 468 in the Dragster. Rutherford over here in the Ford Probe, dialed 480. So separated by 1200ths on the dials. Both cars pre-staged. Both cars bumping forward. Rutherford, now Carson. Couple of green lights separated by 24,000. Carson Campbell moves on to round number 3. Both cars under the dial. Rutherford by a little more, 19th thou to be exact. Carson Campbell exactly 10th thou under. There's another dragster in round number 3. Once again, we go dragster versus door car. John DeYoung and Jenna Mashad. Jenna Mashad, tower side of the racetrack. The TCS lane, dialed in at 427. John DeYoung already been to one final round today. looking to make it 2. The Artex Barn Solutions TDS 68 Camaro. Door cars in. Now the dragster. Here we go. John DeYoung leaves first and gets the win light to the stripe first by just 6 thousandths. Nice run. 53 on the 49 dial. Doing a $152. Jenna Mashad was closing in fast. 2 above the 427 dial. She was 29 on the tree, so already under the gun. Now Mike Crozier will take on Eddie Plaisir. Crozier, tower side. He's got the dial, the dragster dialed at 452. Plaisir in the little Anglia. Bit of a tough weekend for the Plaisir family. Showed up here with 3 race cars, down to just one of them being functional. Other 2 are off to the chassis shop. Eddie Plaisir dialed 642. 1.9 seconds will separate him by the dial. Both drivers away clean, just 6,000 separating them at the starting line. At the finish line, it is Eddie Plaisir moving on, 2 above the 642 dial. Crozier getting there first by 39 thou, but under by 6 thou. Ouch. So Eddie Plaisir will be back for round number 4. Now a couple of rad cars. Al Quigley over in the right lane. The little Mustang down in at 521. Chevy Reeves over here tower side in the dragster dialed at 449. Wow, both drivers on the mark on this Christmas tree. Chevy Reeves getting the win. 13 thou totes. Quigley was pretty good too. 34 package, not good enough. Chevy Reeves, 004 on the starting line, then dead 9. 13 thousandths total. Nice job there. So Chevy Reeves marches right into round number 4. Now Dan Provo will take on James Kennedy. Kennedy dialed 491 in the Pontiac Grand Am, Tower Lane. Dan Provo, Mr. Rad Torque Systems himself. Well, a couple of red lights back here on the starting line, and James Kennedy was redder than Dan Provo, so it's Dan Provo rolling into round number 4. So we'll see that Rad Torque Systems dragster coming back in just a little bit. So that puts a wrap on round number 3 of electronics. Non-electronics is the other one. The one without electronics. Hence the name. So how about that? John and Adam DeYoung Going all the way to the final round in today's main event. And John DeYoung still in the shootout that, well, he sponsors with his company. TDS, Total Dairy Solutions. So TDS along with chopmyrate.ca. The major sponsors for the Shootout Series, all part of the Classics for 2022, presented by TNT Motorsports. So, should mention for if you lose a round, there is a loser's lounge set up for you. It's right around the 8th mile along the track side over here on the pit side, and be more than welcome to go and get yourself a beverage on the house. Courtesy of TNT Motorsports. So we have made the call for our remaining 4 cars in no box or non-electronics. Of course, we just completed round 3 of electronics, so they'll get a little bit of time before the call is made to get them back here to the lanes. We'll give them a little bit of time, but not too much. So big shout out to all the racers here this weekend. I know I'm quite confident I can personally speak for Travis Ringeth and TNT that they very much appreciate and value your entry. This is a race series that they're hoping to build on, and they're certainly putting forth that effort. So for those racers that have showed up here at Mission Raceway for this classic, it is very much appreciated. We're glad to have you. Well, here we go. Round number 4. So round number 3, apparently I'm not very good with the math that goes along with what round it is. So here we are going into round number 3. I know I was talking about that we were just in round number 3 of box, and that was not the case. We were in round number 2. So if I've confused you, my most sincere apologies. But this actually is round number 3. I'm telling the truth this time. We've got Dustin Ward, and we've got Craig Johnson. Ward over here in the left, dialed 639 in the Hemi-powered Dart. Craig Johnson dialed 684 in the family wagon. So a couple of green lights. Oh yeah, baby, this is on, let me tell you. Dustin Ward gets it done. How about this? 6th out total. Absolutely awesome job. Dustin Ward, buddy. Dead 2 with a 4 light. Johnson was ready to play on the starting line as he was 006. Comes up well over at the finish line. I think he realized he wasn't getting there, so hard on the brakes, winds up 687. Now Dave Jung and Monty Beagle in that cool 33 Ford. Right-hand lane dial 576. Dave Jung working on a dial of 688 over here in the tower lane. Finish line says it is Monty Beagle going to the final round to face Dustin Ward. Wow, pretty awesome semifinal. Great job by all 4 of those drivers. So Beagle was better by just 4 thousandths on the starting line. Attention in the pits. Boxcars, this is your call, the staging lanes. Electronics or box, we need you back to the staging lanes. This is your call. And we warned you ahead of time. It's going to be a fast pace here today and tonight. So we are looking for you to arrive promptly when called. Box, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need you to the lanes, please. So Beagle, dead 1 with a 48 light. Getting to the stripe first by just 3 thousandths of a second. Nice work there.
And that ladder, please.
Dave Jung was 52 on the tree, so 4 thou behind, then goes dead 0 at the finish line to be 3 thousandths behind. Some pretty tough racing in the semi-final round.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
If we see better than a 6,000 package from the boxcars. Speaking of boxcars, we're looking for you in the staging lanes. Come on down. So while we've got a few moments, we will once again run through our sponsor list because we appreciate them so much. 2022 West Coast Classic presented by Rad Torque Systems and A. Tristan Plumbing and Heating, along with TNT Motorsports. Those are the major sponsors. That would be Rad and A. Tristan. Basically bringing us this race series for 2022, along with help from others. For instance, ChopMyRate.ca, along with Total Dairy Solutions, bringing us the shootouts that we're right in the middle of here on the Saturday night of the West Coast Classic. So as mentioned at the top of the list, Rad Torque Systems. The world's leader in torque guns for all applications. Now, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, it's really simple. Check out radtorque.com. You'll likely be amazed. Possibly see some tools you would have never thought even existed. A. Tristan Plumbing and Heating. Local company, I believe, still based out of Mission. Lower Mainland's largest commercial plumbing and heating company, A. Tristan Plumbing and Heating. Already mentioned, ChopMyRate.ca. A top-tier lending company for all sorts of borrowing. It's all part of the Titanium Auto Group. Live Speed sponsor for this weekend's event, JBS Equipment, Justin Bond. I believe he'll be coming back up here with the box cars for their round of 8.
All right, guys, get in the cars. We're ready for that run. You got that, Roach? Yeah, I got that. Stand by one.
And then we've got a list of associate sponsors. JS Power Sports, your local high-performance know-how guys. They are the best in the West at making things go fast. Bracket Life brand. They know bracket racing. Based out of Ontario, but with a wide-spreading reach. Clothing made for bracket racers. And of course, the Old Car Center. Get you anything you need for your ride, based out of Langley. Royal Projects, big or small, they do it all. Pickers of all sizes and custom camp construction projects. Owned by racer James Rutherford, with a new branch now open in Kelowna. Modified Welding and Fabrication, custom fabrication based out of the Edmonton area. Racer Kurt Smith built the sweet custom-made trophies for all of the 2022 classic events. Mona LaHaye Remax Elite, the premier Edmonton area real estate team in business for over 40 years, sponsoring some beautiful trophies for the junior racers this weekend. George's Classic and Custom Auto, based out of Creston, BC. Go to them for all your custom auto body needs. Owned by racer George LeBlanc. Competitive Suspension, the best in high performance and basic application drag racing shocks. Hoosier Tire West, the premier choice for drag racing and street tires on the West Coast. Check them out at HoosierTireWest.com. This is Bracket Racing Elite, the choice of champions. Want to improve your on-track performance? Check out This is Bracket Racing Elite and be mentored by multiple-time world champion, big buck bracket race winner Luke Bukaki and Justin Lamb. And finally, NGK NTK Performance, the industry leader in spark plugs, modules, sensors, and more. Check them out at ngksparkplugs.com. Well, do you hear what I hear? Because I hear race cars. And I like the sound of that. So we're just about set to go with round number 3. In the TDS 32 car top bulb shootout. Got 8 cars left. Of course, we're down to our final in the ChopMyRate.ca shootout for the no box guys. Hey, Curtis, how's it going? All right, we should be back to the action momentarily here. Tractors, as I understand, are going to vacate the racetrack, so to speak, when they get back here. And we've got racers strapped in and ready to go. So, down to 8 cars. Round number 3. So the winners of this round will be into the money. The losers, well, they can head for the lounge. Well, they can head for the lounge, but they'll be doing so with some cash. So for those of you still hanging in there with us, watching on the live feed, I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Thanks for logging in or logging on. I guess with that, we should give another thank you to JBS, making the live feed possible this weekend. And Dave Strell gives the signal to the first pair to fire him up. We are ready to do this. Down to 8 cars. There's one of those big checks for 20 G's. Going to be going to the winner a little bit later tonight. So, first pair. Check this out. Wow, Braden Achetois. Over here, tower side, dialed in at 457, and he's going to leave first against the door car. John DeYoung got 451 up there for a dial. So 0.06 of a second. We'll separate them by the dial. Achetois from Beaumont, Alberta. Again, dialed 457, tower side. Oh, these guys are staring straight into the sun. Got the blinders up on the tree to help them out a little bit. It's over. John DeYoung is 12 green, Achetois 16 red. John DeYoung manages only a 454 on the 451. Doing a $154, so I gotta say he was all out. So John DeYoung off to the semifinals. Just one more round to get to what will be his second final today, if he can do it. So Achetois, one over. 457 dial. Done for the evening. Now it'll be Bond and Reeves. Justin Bond, tower side, dialed 442. Chevy Reeves, dialed 449. So 0.07 of a second separate them by the dials. Reeves leaving first. Bond turns it red by 1 thou. Chevy Reeves was, well, less than stellar on the starting line. 0.52 is his light. Then goes dead 7 on the 449 dial. Justin Bond, meanwhile, was dead 7 on his dial. And again, red by just 1/1000th. Ouch! So Chevy Reeves down to 4 cars. So next pairing's got the burnouts done. Carson Campbell and Dan Provo. Dan Provo for Rad Torque Systems. Well, and JS Power Sports. Carson Campbell in the right lane, dialed 466. 37 hundredths of a second. Separate them by the dial. Provo's in with a 429. We got 4 bulbs lit. Provo behind on the tree and cannot get there. Carson Campbell, 468 on the 466 dial. And his 23 light was more than good enough. Provo missed it a little bit with a 54. Then obviously knew he wasn't getting there and made some use of the brake pedal. Backed himself into a 435 on the 429, but Carson Campbell down to 4 cars. The TDS 20 grand to win shootout. Now the final pair here in round 3, Eddie Plaisir and Dalton Giroux. Plaisir, tower side. In the Manglia. That thing just looks bad. Hey, no box final. No box final round. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take no box final round. Couple of green lights, and Eddie Plaisir gets it done. 645 on the 642, good enough. He was 002 on the starting line, had 19th thou on Dalton Giroux. Giroux 29th thou over, and behind by 28 at the stripe. So that sets up our semifinal in TDS, 20,000 to win, no box. Of course, we are down to our final round, which we have called in no box. Disregard what I just said about the 20 grand to win no box stuff, because I was talking about box. It's been a long day. Give me a break. So Travis Ringeth up here beside me, just furiously writing out checks. Doling out the dough. So we're down to 4 cars in box. Down to our final round in no box. Final round, no box. We are looking for you in the lanes. Semi-finalists in box. Just a heads up. Once again, you're not going to get a ton of time here. We expect you to turn it around quickly. So, pretty good day here at the West Coast Classic so far, I would say, anyway. Sun making its way down. Got the blinders on the tree. Well, just part of the challenge of racing at various tracks. Every track has its own little set of characteristics.
Hey, Sticky Steve.
Some of them positive, some of them not so much.
I think we'll do a 3-pass rub on this before the final.
So, tractor out there, giving the surface a little rub. Got our no box finalists getting themselves all strapped in and so forth. Well, kind of. They're putting their jackets on anyway. Monty Beagle and Dustin Ward. So it should be noted, Monty Beagle is going to the his second final round in one of these shootouts this year. He was the winner in Edmonton. That guy's tough, let me tell you. This should be a good final round. As I just mentioned, Beagle, no stranger to being in the final round. And I can tell you the same is true for Dustin Ward. Again, Ward was 6th out total in his last round. Doing it off the bottom. There's not a bracket racer on the face of the earth that wouldn't be happy with that package, regardless of the class you run. Most of them would admit that to be able to do it off the bottom is even a little tougher. Oh, I believe we're going to see the tractors go up and down one more time. Box semis. Here's your call to the staging lanes. Box semis. Let's get you back here. So we're making the call for box semi-finals. We need you back here. See our no box cars pulling forward. As I said, I do believe the tractors will be making their way off after this pass. But I could be wrong about that. I'm often wrong about lots of things. Electronic semis. Let's get you back here. Travis Ringus got some money waiting for you. So looks like it'll be Dustin Ward in the left, Monty Beagle in the right. Pretty sure Ward would have had lane choice. I'm pretty sure Monty would have preferred to be in the left. But again, I could be wrong. Well, here we go, folks. Final round. 7,500 going to the winner. Dustin Ward and Monty Beagle. Monty Beagle over in the right lane, dialed in at 575 behind the wheel of his little 33 Ford. Dustin Ward, tower side. In the 67 dart. I've been saying 69. I don't know why. Just knew it wasn't a 68 because it doesn't have the little fake lights on the fenders and quarter panels. So Ward dialed in at 636. 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. Green lights both sides. Here we go. Ward out in front. Here comes Beagle. And at the finish line, it is Monty Beagle making it 2 in a row. 25,000 total for Monty Beagle. Ward was 31 on the tree. Right there, the math doesn't work for him. So Dustin Ward's going to have to settle for the runner-up money. Monty Beagle makes it 2 shootout wins in a row. So given that this is a series, I got to think Monty's looking pretty good right now to be the champ. So big congrats going out to Monty Beagle. Winner here at the very first annual West Coast Classic at Mission Raceway Park. Big shout out again, once again, to chopmyrate.ca. If you got to borrow some money, you may as well run it by them first. They'll find you the deal you want. So big congrats going out to Monty Beagle, as just mentioned. 2 in a row. Wow, nice work, buddy. We do. So there we go. First annual chopmyrate.ca Saturday night shootout here at the West Coast Classic at Mission Raceway is in the books.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit. is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.